Look at this view. One of the most famous and iconic sporting venues in all of the world. On the grass courts beyond, we have seen so many big moments happen. And today, we're doing something a little bit different. It's time for some esports history.
It feels like a real privilege. I'm really happy and I want to honor this invitation by winning it.
My knowledge of tennis in real life definitely helped me.
My expectation for this event, of course, is me winning because I wanna win this event so bad. So I want to win.
To win the tournament, of course, I have to play 3 matches to win the competition, and I will be ready for the 3 matches.
I'm happy to be here and I want to have fun and I have to think for win.
All right, let's do this. Welcome to Wimbledon eChamps, Wimbledon's first ever esports tournament presented by American Express. This is something truly special. My name's Ian Chambers, alongside these two truly special, legendary analysts, people, casters, presenters, just great people. We've got Sam, we've got Levin. Sam, I'm going to come to you first. This does feel pretty legendary, doesn't it?
Pretty legendary, and for me, I don't get out and touch grass a lot, I'm going to be honest. I'm not the athletic type, I'm built a little bit more for comfort. But even I understand the iconic history of Wimbledon. I mean, I remember growing up, my mom always had to watch the finals, like that was her thing. We grew up doing that as well. And what I love about this is American Express has come on board with Wimbledon and they've gone, we're going to take this iconic experience and we're going to make it as realistic for gamers everywhere to create that same vibe. And for me, what's important, why I play games, it's all about community. What they've done here is they've gone, hey, to the tennis community, let's welcome in those gamers, bring them in here, but also expand to the tennis community who maybe can't play in the real Wimbledon. Now in-game they can do that right here at Wimbledon. It's just mind-blowing to me how we've been able to just extend that love for tennis and expand the community with this event.
Lev, you really feel like you're drinking this in. You're soaking up this moment.
Absolutely, man. Like the great Ian Chambers said, we're about to witness history take place here. I mean, the first of its kind event, right? Never seen before. And like you saw highlighted perfectly, it's a real opportunity for these tennis fans, these gamers, to really get a sense for what Wimbledon's all about. And so that alone has me excited.
Top Spin 2K25 is the game that will be being played here. An iconic franchise that has made its triumphant comeback here. Levin, we've been playing a lot of this game. There are so many levels to the skill ceiling here. It's like there isn't one.
No, honestly, when we played initially, right, it was always like, okay, we got to get a hang of this one here, right? There's clearly a high skill ceiling. And as I've grinded, I thought I'm getting good, right? I thought, you know, I'm at a decent level right now. And then I watched some of the players competing today play, and I'm like, okay, yeah, there's a whole different level to how high you can get in this game. And I'm excited to see how they perform.
I mean, they're the 8 best players potentially in the world. Obviously, from each region, I think we had 2 players. They played through all of these open qualifiers. This is the best of the best coming together, much like in Wimbledon itself.
Yeah.
They're here on centre court, which is our stage, getting ready to play.
We should talk about the prizing, really, shouldn't we?
Of course.
Because there is a lot up for grabs here at Wimbledon, live for our first place champion. An all expenses paid 5-star trip for 2 to the finals weekend here, which means you will witness the men's singles final with your best pal, your partner, your mum, your dad, whoever you want it to be, live on centre court. We were here recently for this year's Wimbledon. We weren't there for the finals, we were there for the quarterfinals. but there's not an experience like it.
There is truly nothing like it. I don't think people realize how valuable of a prize that is, really. To experience the Wimbledon men's final is going to be fantastic. Of course, getting to bring someone with you. I've been saying a lot this weekend. I'm ready to become best friends with one of these players because I want to get that invite. I want to experience that myself.
You and Ian have both been to Wimbledon. You had a chance to be here, but now you want a second opportunity. I feel like the South African should be the +1 just for this one time.
Get in line, Sam. Get in line. And we've also, of course, got that one-of-a-kind golden PlayStation 5. You might have caught a glimpse of it in our opening sequence, but let's show it off in all its glory once again. 24-karat gold plated. Imagine having that in your living room, your bedroom, your friends come round to have a go on it. That is something unforgettable, Evan. Look at it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Have a go on it. No one's touching it if it's in my house. I mean, you got to keep it away. It's like the fine cutlery you have that no one's allowed to use. That's what this PlayStation becomes to me. Honestly, though, you know, getting your hands on that would be magnificent.
It's not just your hands on that, though, because we're giving you the whole Wimbledon experience. Also, if you're the winner, the engraver, someone who's actually engraved the Wimbledon trophy in the past,
Yep.
is on site today
That's
to
wild.
engrave a plate and put it on the PlayStation. So it's your own unique Wimbledon trophy. That is mental for me. What an incredible heirloom that you're going to have. You're never going to touch it. You're right. It is going to be like Granny's cutlery. You're going to frame that in a box somewhere, I'm sure, and not let anyone near it.
And that etching will take place live right here as well, as it would at Wimbledon for the traditional trophy. So what a prize that is. Let's take a look now at the bracket, where you will first meet the names of the players and the setup for how this will all shake out. Every single one of these matchups will be played out live here today for your viewing pleasure. The quarterfinals and semis are all first to 3 games per set, and that is best of 3 sets, and then we'll move into that grand final where it is all to play for. That will be best of 5 sets. We've got a lot of tennis to tuck into today, Eleven.
A lot of tennis to be played, and I can't wait. I know the players are ready and raring to go, but there's also a bit more, right?
Yeah.
You know, of course, you know, we have the serious business going on here, but we do have a show match in the middle of the day as well.
I've heard a rumor that we might be involved in that in some capacity, which I'm
okay.
ready for.
I'm always ready.
But apparently we're going to be working together, which
Of
is a
course.
rarity for us.
Yeah, usually we're, you know, against each other, and it can get quite heated, but I'm excited to work with you today.
I'm excited, though, to see the quarterfinals first. I'm not going to lie, boys. I've seen you play. I feel like this action is a little bit better. Obviously, we had these 4 regions coming together with their open qualifiers. We have 2 players from the United Kingdom representing the UK, 2 from France, 2 from America, and then we've also got the European representation coming in, and they're all going to be playing up against each other. Kicking it off with the quarterfinals, but that's kind of the worst part for me, I think, if you're a player. 1 game. That is it. You have 1 game, and if you lose it, your Wimbledon experience is done.
That's cold. You don't want to be the first to go.
You don't.
You don't.
But someone has to be.
All right, let's get into our first quarterfinal.
Prepared by playing my brother most days after work, just relentlessly, just game after game.
I analyze the game of other players, but the most important for me, the key to win the match is to play point by point.
Game by game, see how it comes, don't have too many expectations really.
I expect to win the tournament, of course.
High confidence, high expectations, as you would expect from these players. They are elite and they are coming here to win it all. How are you feeling about our first matchup here, Sam?
I think this is actually a really tough matchup for Nameless Dob, which is our UK representative. He is the top seed coming in from the UK. There's a really fun story about him and his brother, which I'm sure we'll get into, but I think it's tough for him because I honestly going to put my head on a chopping block. I believe that this particular French player that we're going to be watching, Tino Perf, I think he might be in contention to win the whole thing. I'm going to call him one of the favorites.
Well, obviously, these players made it through the open qualifiers, so they've already had to prove themselves to get here. But this is a real good opportunity for us as viewers, not just us here, but you watching at home, to see what they're capable of.
Absolutely, and I think Darb obviously being the #1 seed out of the UK, there's going to be an element of pressure on him here to perform. We're at Wimbledon, right? He's a Scotsman himself. His favourite player is Andy Murray. We know what Scottish people can do here at Wimbledon, right? There is a history there, so I'm sure he'll be feeling the pressure, but I'm sure he'll be ready for it as well.
You mentioned a brother here. And Dab's brother is in attendance here, not just watching, competing. So we've got a sibling rivalry here going on.
He must be a bit annoyed though, because he actually, the older brother, who we'll see later on, told Dab about this tournament, and then Dab comes in and is the top qualifier from the UK, beats his brother. They're on opposite sides of the bracket as well.
Yeah.
So there could be a brother versus brother final in a certain universe. And I'm just thinking, if the older brother's not sitting there going, should never have said a word to him.
I'll tell you
Should have
what,
kept quiet.
if that's my brother, the first time he finds out is when I'm live on screen. Like that's when he finds out that I'm playing. I ain't telling him nothing. Let's hear from Dab himself.
I prepared pretty much by playing my brother 24/7. He just, every time after work we got in, he would just message me. I'd just get in, have dinner, play topspin. I think it's important that brands get involved in the Topspin 2K25 just to get more exposure for tennis as a whole, the esports events, and just get everyone involved as much as they can. Game by game, see how it comes, don't have too many expectations really.
I think it's interesting there he mentions, playing game by game and point by point, because going up against these opposition, you really got to figure out, everyone has such different play styles. My personal experience playing a lot of topspin is like you go into online matches and people will come at you in all different types of ways. So really figuring out your opponent early on is really important there.
You got to be adaptable, that's for sure, because my experience playing it is losing. So I'm trying to get better at it, but these guys are going to show us really quickly here when we get into this first quarterfinal how good skill set you can actually apply to this game, because it seems like I said to you earlier, Levin, it's limitless. You can keep getting better and better at the game, and we're going to see that here.
I do think that a lot of these players, I mean, he mentioned there that he plays a lot with his brother, and I think if you speak to a lot of these players, that is kind of what they've all been doing, is playing with one another in their different regions in terms of top qualifiers.
Yeah.
Which means we're coming in with a very hotly contented group of, I've just lost my words there because I was getting excited, but they're all at the level that they need to be, where I think it's going to be extremely high gameplay the whole way through. I always worry sometimes, especially when you've got a new game like this, is the first time we're seeing something like this with Wimbledon, that maybe someone's going to come in and be completely out of their depth. I don't think that's going to be the case today.
One man who won't be out of his depth is Tina. Let's take a look at our other first quarter finalist here taking place on the main stage. Novak Djokovic is his favourite player, is France's #2 seed here, 26 years old, coming in, we heard at the beginning there, ready to do business.
I mean, absolutely. From the conversations I've had with him so far, he seems very confident in his ability. I want to know more from you, Sam, though, because you think he's potentially the favourite to win it, the person who can and take it all. What gives you that confidence in him?
He's my favourite to win because when he was 12 years old, which was more than 10 years ago, he started playing topspin, and at that point he was one of the best players in the world. So
Oh, gee.
I didn't know that. Wow.
And another little fact that I'll throw out there is he normally doesn't even like playing with all the bars on, because he says it's all about feel and he doesn't want to be misled by that. And I'm like,
That blows my mind.
when you're talking like that, I mean, we've all played this game when no bars, no idea of if you're hitting the perfect shot, you're playing that on feel. He says it's more realistic than feels like tennis. So I mean, when you think about someone who can say that with confidence like that, I'm like, damn son, this is the guy. This is the guy we need to keep our eye on.
I mean, look, if this is your first experience of topspin, you will see very quickly that there's a power bar that you have to nail if you want to hit the good or perfect shot. This guy doesn't use it at all, as Sam just said. You will see that quickly as we get into our first game. But first, let's hear from Tina.
I prepared this competition in my mental game. I think it works a lot in a game like that, where reflex and timing are very important. I'm honored to play the first eChamps, and it's the first esports competition for tennis for a game like topspin. So yes, I'm very honored. I analyze the game of other players, but the most important for me, the key to win the match is to play point by point. I expect to win the tournament, of course. I have to play 3 matches to win the competition, and I will be ready for the 3 matches. I think I have the possibility to win the title.
Sam's favourite Tina thinks he's got everything in the cabinet to win the trophy here. However, it's a similar sort of circumstance as any esport. When you step onto a main stage, he did mention there about timing, right? And that's so important on a game like this. Doing it from the comfort of your own home is one thing. managing to maintain that mental stability to hit every high note that you need to in front of your opponent, face to face, bright lights, cameras everywhere, Wimbledon, different gravy.
It's a different type of pressure, Ian. And for a lot of these players, they don't necessarily have that experience of being here on a stage like this. How do you handle that pressure in the moment? I mean, some people just take onto it very naturally. Others, it can catch you off guard. So I think we're going to quickly see who can, get themselves ahead of the curve here.
Like you said, though, I actually think none of these players have ever played on a stage in this setting. And that's another thing in terms of fatigue that they're going to have to keep in mind. They've got, yes, it's only 3 games, but you got to keep in mind, you got to pace yourself the whole way through today. And I know that for a lot of them, adrenaline's going to be high after this first game. We all know how this goes. There's a potential for that crash. So they've got to have that all in the back of their mind. There's so much that they're going to have to manage. And then they have to get into game and actually perform.
All right, well, speaking of getting into game, it is time to do just that. This is Wimbledon eChamps presented by American Express, and we've just seen our first serve. Straight away, Levin, I'm like, okay, these guys are good.
They're on the move. It comes at you fast.
Tino is just bringing the heat. What did I say? He has come in here very aware of what he has to do.
A nice little ace, though, just to get some control back in the game, though, from Darb. I'll go again with the serve.
Oh. What a shot.
Oh, what an angle.
For our new viewers of Topspin, you can see here on Darb's perspective that, just out. That power bar there, Levin. That's what we're alluding to when we're saying that Tino's not using that.
Tough one, tough one. Brad's been great with the control shots. Really doing a good job of controlling where Tino's moving, but Tino responds really well here.
You've obviously you've been playing. We're going to see you play a little bit later. Do you want to break down how scary it is to play without that power bar, Levin?
I mean, the idea of it when you're so reliant on it is scary, but I think when, you get used to it like Tino has, like you said, it's all about that feeling. I think you get that really quickly, so no surprises that he prefers that.
That's a good shot. We're seeing lots of variation here. I'm seeing a lot of topspin being played into the far corners of the court. But that it's all about positioning and playing your opposition out of position, Levin, with different shot types.
Absolutely. The control shots, usually the best ones to do that, get the really good angles. If you notice, both players are actually using Agassi in game, and part of why competitors love to use Agassi is just that ability to really use those control shots to move your opponents around. So expect to see a lot more Agassi throughout this tournament.
These guys are locked in. Oh, he's punished him there.
And that was a really nice shot from Darb to send him into the corner, but excellent return from Tino. Really has control of this game so far. Those drop shots are so hard to deal with. Tino really in his element right now.
The strategy that I tend to see implemented a lot is backcourt play. It sounds obvious, but you do always have the option to rush the net. You go for more of a volley style play.
Excellent. Excellent control shots.
Took Dobbs a little bit of time to warm up, I think, but he's starting to look like he's got a feel for what Tino's going to be giving to him.
And you're seeing him use a lot more power shots now as well, really just trying to punish Tino with any given opportunity. They won't come around often with just how good Tino is, but if you can catch him out with a power shot, Darb will go for it.
Speak about growing into the game. I think it's partly getting a grips with your opponent, isn't it?
Feeling them out a little bit as well, I suppose, maybe for that first game, just trying to get a feel for what Tino might be offering up and then adjusting accordingly.
Nice little rally. Somebody had to make the move, Lev.
Excellently done, yeah. Really nice flat shot. There was no way Tino was getting that. Oh.
That Wimbledon cap is looking nice.
Really nice slicer. We've not seen many slices so far this game, but they are viable.
Those power shots again that Ian mentioned earlier, we're seeing them again from Dobbs. Not quite working out though.
It's hard, you gotta find the right timing. Right separation as well. Oh, what an angle.
Oh.
I think Darb expected Tino just to overcompensate. Tino stayed composed. Oh, brilliant. Almost was caught out there by the net.
I love how he is cool as ice there, Tino. You don't see a lot of emotion on his face, fully locked in on what's happening.
Yeah, and he has the advantage now. Can he pick up the second game of the match?
Oh. This is a real back and forth, and it's only early in the matchup.
Oh, brilliant. And that's where you want to use those power shots. Darb finally getting his hand in this game now.
The break point would be massive here. And there it is.
Another juice.
We're back again.
So evenly matched. And I love that the pace is just steadily increasing. You can see that they're both getting faster, quicker, off the mark, trying to find a way to kill this tiebreak.
Nah!
Oh! Wow. Tino, excellent use of the power shot there. No return for Darb. And it will hold serve. Tino picks up the first 2 games.
2 games to love.
Very strong resilience from Tino there.
This is a great rally from both of them.
I was so excited to get this tournament going just so I could watch some of this, and it is living up to expectations already.
love 30.
I feel like winning that second set has kind of given him a new lease here, Tino. He just looks, second game, sorry, he just looks much more confident coming into this.
I'm looking at these settings, Levin, and I'm like, are they playing a different game to me? Because they are whipping the ball at a pace that I can't do.
It's unbelievable. Oh, Tino, Tino, Tino. Wow.
Leads 1 set to love.
Ice cold.
First set of the tournament goes to Tino, and he makes quick work of that third game.
15 love.
I'm getting the distinct impression after that third game that he's, well, into the third game, I said it, I'll say it again, it feels like he's got Dobbs' number all of a sudden.
I just want to give another massive shout out to Amex, because they've obviously been a huge long-term supporter of Wimbledon. We see them every year since, I think, around 2019, supporting this amazing venue and the events that happen here, of course, the Wimbledon Championships that have just gone by. But they're really backing this as well, a really innovative way of getting closer to Wimbledon and the tennis action for gamers.
Such a good read on the game.
He's got that back. Hung on in there and never gave up.
40-30.
Yep.
Excellent return on the serve there from Darb. He's still alive in this one. Oh.
Advantage, Agassi.
Yes. Ooh. Fantastic.
Game, Agassi leads 1 game to love. Second set.
Darb gets his first game on the board.
Such a change of momentum as well from him, all of a sudden just finding that second gear, I suppose. I feel like I just keep cursing him. Every time I say something positive, he loses the point.
Yeah, just diss him. Maybe try just coming at him a little bit and see if that makes his performance go up.
Get a little bit cheeky. Tough love.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an excellent winner.
15-4.
You know what's crazy? We're playing on centre court, of course, virtually here. But the players making every shot on top spin a stone's throw away from centre court itself. Live here at Wimbledon, Levin. It's pretty special.
Oh.
30-all.
Oof.
Such good timing of those power shots, because obviously if you get the timing wrong, then you risk it being out, hitting the net. So you have to be so precise. And Dobbs does such a great job time and time again.
Oh, excellent response then from Darb.
2 games to
My
love.
curse is broken.
Oh, just out.
15 love. 15-all.
Oh, so using that topspin shot just to try to stay in it, but Darb punishing him.
Darb's got it down.
He's got a
Beautifully
real
done.
momentum here.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, that is brilliant.
I've got to clap that.
Three
Darb
love.
was
First
absolutely
set.
determined to take this to a third and final set.
And you saw there in that first set, he really struggled whenever Tino played it down the line. But he's adjusted so well over that second set. Look at that. Look at that.
1-0.
As you can see, we're now into super tie-break territory. First to 10, you got to win by 2.
You have to win by 2 to stay in the competition. That is what's going to be going through your head. Now the pressure is well and truly on. You were one step away from leaving Wimbledon, Ian.
2-1.
And the quality, the momentum has really shifted. It's whether or not Tino can re-establish himself here in this tie-break.
That's excellent from
3-2.
Darb.
Agassi. 4-2. Agassi.
I hope Agassi's watching this somewhere. He can't lose.
Cannot lose.
It is the perfect tennis match.
Ooh, really nice shot from Tino.
Agassi.
Tino, he won't go down without a fight.
Just magnificent. He's got that all-important 2-point lead. Can he maintain it?
Oh, excellent.
7-4. Agassi.
He can taste it now. I'm sure he can taste the semi-finals right now. That's where you've got to keep your composure, because you can lose it in this moment.
7-5. Agassi.
Huge point for Tino.
That is so tough to deal with.
Agassi.
What a return.
If this is what our quarterfinal is like, imagine that final.
It only gets better.
It only gets better. Shot.
What do you do about that?
Can he get the job done here? This is match point. And there it is. Darb books his spot in the semi-final after what was a really rough start. Tino must be feeling absolutely devastated, but he put up a really good performance.
A fantastic performance, and it was so even, and that was what I thought was quite exciting, is you just saw the level of competition. I spoke very highly of Tino at the start of this. I said when he was 12 years old, more than 10 years ago, he was playing this game. He was one of the best in the world, and it just shows the level of competition we've got here at the Wimbledon eChamps.
Levin, let's hear from the winner.
Congratulations, of course, on getting the first victory of the tournament. Talk to me, how does it feel to get it out of the way?
I thought I was going to get beat 3-0, to be honest, after the first set. So just had to bring it back, take every point as it came. So it was good.
I mean, he really put the pressure on you to start with. You know, talk to me about some of the troubles you had in that first set and how you sort of were able to bounce back and make the comeback happen.
I just couldn't deal with the angles he was getting, and he was getting the power down the line. So I just had to try and get the angles before him and then get control of the point quick.
At what point in the matchup did you really realise, okay, I'm in control now and this is mine for the taking?
Never. Never. Not even on match point. I thought he was going to come back, but after I got the break in the second, I thought I can break him so I can win. So.
And I'll ask you finally before you move on and get a chance to watch the rest of the competition. Is it at the level you expected? I mean, that was a tough first matchup. It only gets harder from here.
I wasn't even expecting to get past the first match, so the fact that I'm past it, my ambitions are already been met, so I'm happy where I am. I'm happy.
I mean, of course, a lot of pressure here. You're representing the UK, of course, the #1 seed. Your brother's in the competition as well. I mean, are you going to be trying to, coach him, help him get through some of his matchups throughout the day, or is it all competition between
Nah,
the
of
two?
course I'll try and help us in any way I can, but I don't think he'll want my help, to be honest. But yeah, I'll be rooting for him later on when he's playing.
Hey, congratulations on the win, mate.
Yeah, congratulations indeed, Dab, booking that spot in the semi-final. We've got one Scotsman taking his position. Unfortunately for Tino, after what was a really strong start to your quarterfinal, you exit the tournament here. Just briefly, reflect on your performance there.
I think at the beginning I played great, but in the second set I have an opportunity, and I think he plays better. I have a break, but I can't convert. And you win the second set, and mentally it's more harder.
Tino, what do you think about all the other players that have made it through, all the other finalists? What is the level of competition like?
I think all the players are great players, top players, and I think each match will be difficult for everyone.
Tino, I'm sure that you'll be really looking forward to watch the rest of this tournament. Just for you personally, reflecting on what an opportunity this has been for you, coming out here to Wimbledon, the most arguably legendary tennis venue in the world, and being treated this way, how's it been for you? What's the experience been like?
I'm honored to be here. It's a great opportunity to play here, to see Wimbledon, and I think all the players think the same.
Final question, I think, Tino, you got to tell us. You've seen all of the players. Who do you think is going to win that PlayStation at the end of today?
I think I prefer Dubai Julio to win. He's French like me, and I think he's one to win the tournament. Yeah.
I want to hear you making a lot of noise for him in the crowd. So thank you very much for joining us. And commiserations once again. Thank you. Oh, it's never easy to see players exit tournaments like this, is it?
I think it's always a bit tough when you're the first player to go home, right? You've got the first game, and it is this do or die competition, and then you're the first one to go. That can always be a bit tough. But what is so amazing about this experience, it is the first of its kind for these players, just the experience of being here. And I know that that's always a bit of a fluffy thing to say when someone's lost, but there is something incredible about being at Wimbledon that you can kind of go, it sucks that I'm not playing anymore, but now I have the rest of the day to just enjoy the venue, right? Yeah.
Normally when you lose,
you go home.
You go home. But here you're like, okay, I'll just maybe have a little bit, go to the Wimbledon shop, see if there's any merch I can get my hands on. Levin, you get back in here, bro. You get back in here. We've got Levin joining us again, who just spoke to the winner. I just wanted to ask you, Levin, with Dab, that showed incredible resilience. That showing of resilience from the beginning has got to be a positive sign now.
Absolutely. I was surprised he sort of said, yeah, my expectation of this competition has been reached. I thought he was a very strong competitor throughout the match. And like you said, that resilience to come back. I mean, when you're down in the first set as bad as he was down, many people in that situation just go, yeah, this ain't for me. I'm done here. Let me just wrap it up and go home. But no, you kept fighting.
He was really humble in the interview as well there, saying, oh, yeah, I've done the job now. I wasn't expecting to win this even at one point. And I think he's been modest, he's been humble, or is he being a little bit elusive? Is he not trying to show all his cards here, Sam? What do you think?
I think he was just being humble because he did mention there that he had started thinking about trying to get the angles before Tino, and he was doing that. And I think that he got Tino's number the moment he was able to find that space. Humble, though, and saying, oh, well, I didn't really expect to do much, but he's clearly very calculating in-game.
Yeah.
Just maybe he hasn't got that confidence yet to say it into the mic and go, yeah, you know what, actually, I think that I stand a good chance here.
I think when you look at how he adjusted throughout, right, you know, he talked about obviously the angles Tino was playing, but it was also, right, the way he was returning some of those angles that was really tough, right? You know, Tino would send him really deep and then all of a sudden hit him with a straight shot down the line. He couldn't return that. But then in the second and third set, he had that read perfect. He was ready for it every single time. And so I think it's clear that he's a player that's going to learn throughout a game and really be able to adapt on the fly.
I think, you know, the quarterfinals were obviously going to be a little bit unknown territory for all of these players, and we've still got 3 more to come. But before we look ahead, let's take a quick look back at the Amex powerful play of that first game here. I mean, there were so many to choose from, so I'm interested to see which one we've pulled out the bag, because we were whipping the ball a lot here, Levin.
Yeah, no, it was getting really intense, and that was one of those moments I was talking about there where you sense it down the line, and it was really tough to get back in, but just excellent play, really, from Darb to try and stay in it and not allow Tino to push him about the court.
This was that opportunity, that fantastic rally, and then I felt like Dobbs was able to just get that power shot just right there and get it right across the court, and that was obviously the moment that I think allowed him to get that point.
This is good. I wasn't really knowing what to expect coming in here because I've never seen, as you haven't, seen the Topspin 2K esports tournament live from Wimbledon, but we have kicked off well. Let's take a look at the bracket because, look, we've got an update to give you. We've got Darb in the semi-final, but it's only going to get harder for him from here. And if that is the standard we can come to expect from our first, we've got plenty more high-quality action to play.
It's going to be pretty exciting, and of course, when we did the loser interview there, Tino mentioned that his favorite is by Julio. We're going to get to see him in the next quarterfinal.
Who's your favorite, Levin? Have you got one?
I mean, by Julio, I think for me so far, when speaking to all the other competitors, they all sort of pointed at him as this being the strongest player in the tournament. So a lot of pressure on him to deliver.
Yeah, just a little bit of a peek behind the curtain here. We did meet all of the players in a room yesterday, and we were like, so who's going to win this? Who's the favorite coming into this tournament? And like Levin said there, they all just pointed at Bad Julio and went, this guy. And he's like, me? No. But he's feeling, you know, quietly confident.
Humble gimmick.
Yeah, it is a humble gimmick,
it's a humble gimmick.
But I am looking forward to see him step onto the court, plus the rest of our players. Plenty more to come here, live at Wimbledon after the break. Welcome back to Wimbledon eChamps, presented by American Express. Wimbledon's looking a little bit different here today. This is, of course, the legendary Wimbledon venue in London. And these guys are joining us from all over the world, trying to get their hands on many of our illustrious Grand Prizes. We'll get into them later on. My name's Ian. This is Levin. I never like it when it's just me and him because he's so much taller than me. Another little peek behind the curtain. We're on a ramp. If I go up here, I'm a bit taller.
If I go down, I'm shorter. Yeah, it evens out a bit. Yeah.
But yeah, we're off to the races. The quarterfinal one is in the can. Rearview mirror. We keep pushing forward, and we've got two good players ready to do this.
And this match was really interesting for me because we got Bajulu, who obviously we highlighted beforehand as someone everyone thinks is the favourite.
Yep.
Obviously another French player now who's coming into the fray here. But then his opponent on the other side, Beje, really interesting backstory behind Beje, right? He's, you know, a player who has experience playing tennis in real life and actual, like, real tennis, you know, like competitively played tennis growing up. And obviously now is taking his talent into the world of topspin.
Do you think that could give you a bit of an advantage? I think it could. Because you have an understanding of the game.
Yeah.
And a lot of this game, as we saw in that first quarterfinal, comes down to positioning. It comes down to shot types. And if you're doing that in real life, I think that might give you an edge.
I think it very well could.
Yeah, let's take a look at Bajulu. We've been hyping this guy to the moon with good reason. Let's take a look at why. Well, one thing, favourite player, good choice, Novak Djokovic.
He knows ball.
He does. But the second, France #1. That is why we need to be looking at this dude.
Absolutely. Qualified in a very tough region. The French have been jumping on the topspin game and are really sort of excellent in that area. I think the one thing from talking to Bajulu that stands out to me is we're in a competition where none of these guys really have, you know, esports experience at a high level playing on stage or anything, but he's one of the players who has the closest to that, right? He's competed in some of the games, he has that competitive spirit, and I think coming into the competition he'll be ready for anything.
Let's hear from him.
I prepare this competition in my mental game. I think it works a lot in a game like that, where reflex and timing are very important. I'm honored to play the first eChamps, and it's the first esports competition for tennis for a game like topspin. So yes, I'm very honored. I analyze the game of other players, but the most important for me, the key to win the match is to play point by point. I expect to win the tournament, of course. I have to play 3 matches to win the competition, and I will be ready for the 3 matches. I think I have the possibility to win the title.
Wrong Frenchman. Maybe I just wanted to see him again.
Well, Tino was such a big fan of Bajulu, right? He was hyping him up so much in his interview that he actually just did all the media for Bajulu. He's his advocate, you know? He's bigging him up.
I think I've just been told, right, we've got the real. Will the real Bajulu please stand up?
I'm watching tennis since a very long time and watching the courts of Wimbledon. Now I'm seeing them in real life and it's really insane. It's really big.
What does it mean to be a part of the first ever Wimbledon eChamps?
Being able to play in Wimbledon is a really great privilege and I really enjoy participating to this tournament. To be a really good topspin 2K25 player, you need to be really consistent and don't fail any timings because it can be decisive on this stage of competition. If a brand would like tennis and want to promote it as a product, it's the best game to do with it. It feels like a real privilege. I'm really happy and I want to honor this invitation by winning it.
Some of the best players always do tend to be very chilled, very humble, very modest. And another thing that could give this Frenchman an advantage here, he loves his tennis, always watching tennis. Again, that gives you an enhanced knowledge of the game.
Well, what do you think is more valuable here? We obviously have Beje, who is a tennis player himself, but we have Bajulu, who's clearly a massive tennis fan. What gives you the edge, when it comes to the strategy?
I think playing the game, and this man knows how to play the game. 33 years old, a veteran of the game, living in Chicago, Illinois. And what I love about this guy, is a lawyer, is an attorney, right? And I was talking to him about just his regular life.
Right.
And I said to him, Beja, what did the lawyers say about you coming all the way over here to London, Wimbledon, to compete in this tournament? He said, the guys a bit older than me were a bit like, what on earth are you doing? What is this? What's going on? And all the younger colleagues were like, what? That's like the coolest thing in the world. Yeah. That's esports, baby.
I mean, that's what we do. I'm sure some of the older ones probably thought, wait, I know you're good at tennis, mate, but you're playing in Wimbledon? I thought it was a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, that's what you've been telling everybody he's been playing on centre court in real life. I get it now. Anyway, let's hear from him as well.
So I'm expecting to win this event. I mean, there's not. What else can you expect to do? You're at Wimbledon. You got to be the first Wimbledon eChamp champion. So I think it's important for brands to get involved in esports like this and esports in general, because that's the future of gaming. Now we can actually have legitimate esports competitions. Oh, this competition is going to be so tough. There are some really good players. I've played against them before, and everyone here is really good. And I think it's going to be a great competition. I'm excited to see who wins.
I sort of love that, him talking about brands getting involved, right? A big shout out once again to American Express for bringing this all to us. And it's funny because if you play a lot of top spin and you get in the game, they have so much in the game, right? They've obviously provided this tournament here, but they have so much in game in terms of, you know, apparel you can wear on your My Player and whatnot. So, you know, when I'm playing, I'm fully American Express decked out in game.
Absolutely. Shout out to American Express and, of course, to Wimbledon as well. I think we're just about ready to get into our second quarterfinal here. I'm going to be honest, a lot of people talking about their favorites. I'm going with my guy from Chicago, from Chi-Town. I'm going for my lawyer. I'm going for BJ. I got a thing for this guy. I just think he's lovely. I just think, and he had these tiny little shorts on yesterday, and I was like, he's got tennis legs as well. He's literally a tennis player coming here to get the job done live at Wimbledon. Lovable guy though. Come on, how can you not vouch for him?
He is a very nice guy. I feel like everyone's very nice though that we've interacted with so far.
Right.
I will say though, he's got an energy about him that does ooze confidence. I think where a lot of people are quite reserved, he clearly is outwardly just like, yeah, I'm here to win. I know what I'm doing. You know
I think he's a bit older, right? If he's beating cases out there in Chicago, right? This is light work for him.
Yeah, I think this is the easiest thing he's probably had to do. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm so ready for this. BJ, it looks like we might have a slight technical difficulty as we're getting ready to get into the game here. Am I right in thinking that every single player has picked their two favourites that they're playing with?
I think most people are playing as Agassi, legend of tennis, of course, and the players who maybe aren't playing as Agassi are opting for Jack Sinner.
Yes.
So I think those are the two we will see. It will be either or, mostly Agassi, I think. Again, just from speaking to people, I think Agassi's ability is really good with control shots, right? And so getting those angles like they were sort of touching on in that first matchup. Yeah. From Agassi in game, he's not the most powerful in terms of, you know, those power shots, but the control shots are really where players are prioritizing.
Let's get into this. First serve is down.
And instantly you're seeing, again, use of control shots all over the place.
We've got complete silence at the minute, so I might add my own effects.
Realistic.
Absolutely.
Already you're seeing here a really good start from BJ, putting the pressure on the Frenchman. And he's instantly getting into the settings. You know, when you have a rough start, you know, you got to get into the settings, you know, make sure everything's just how you like it.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's just me backing our lawyer here, because this Frenchman is so, you know, feared that if he gets taken out here, everyone's going to love the other. Everyone's going to love our American.
I mean, if we have both French players just taken out of the competition early on, when both were you know, coined as favourites in the competition, that would be almost poetic when you look at the history of French players in Wimbledon in recent years. It hasn't gone too well for them here, so it seems like no matter the sport might not be the best place for a Frenchman who loves tennis to be. Either way though, again, still a long match to go, but already we are seeing both players have their say in this one.
Yep, we're locked in at deuce at the moment. Who's going to take that first advantage? We've got an answer by Julio. Getting brought right back down a peg to deuce.
I mean, we saw a quick start in that first matchup of the day where there was a clear front runner in Tino who just went out and was really aggressive in how he was approaching some of these battles. But honestly, both players evenly matched so far in this one. And once again, we will go to advantage.
We spoke earlier about how uncomfortable it's got to be if you're not used to it, you know, just literally being in breathing distance of your opponent there. And I'm seeing BJ keep glancing over there at our Frenchman. And he's trying to make a bit of eye contact, you know. He's trying to lock it in.
You talked about him obviously being a lot older than a lot of the competitors. He's trying to play the mental games, the mind games here.
Yeah.
If you're Julio, you just got to stay locked in. You can't get sucked into it because I don't think you're going to beat BJ at that game.
Well, by Julio took his serve, which is obviously a good start for him, but that's one thing. He was taken to the brink there on his opening service. So it'll be interesting to see how he kicks back here. And he's already got a 30 love up.
Oh, really nice use of the power shot again. The control shot to move your opponent into one of the corners and then the power shot down the line. Was that an ace there we just saw? Don't see many of those.
I want to see more, that's for sure.
Definitely want to see more. Oh, really nice power shot from BJ. Just catching him wrong-footed.
Oh. He's had him there.
What a return. And he had some words to say about that one as well.
Yeah, he did. Just apologies on the game sound at the moment. That is something we'll work on for the next one. For now, you just got me and Levin talking about it.
A bit more talking than we'd usually do in the course of a tennis match. I'm used to hearing a lot of shh when I'm talking during a match. Try not to.
I think when we were at Wimbledon earlier, we might have got shushed a couple of times.
No, we were the shushers, remember?
Oh, we did do some shushing.
You know, we were here during the quarterfinals having a jolly good time, and there were some people that didn't respect the unwritten rules of tennis here.
Yeah.
We had to do some shushing, but
what a place, though. I mean, it's just magnificent. You see it. I've been watching Wimbledon on TV since I was a young whippersnapper, which is a lot longer than when you were younger, Levin. I'll say that for free. But to see it in real life, and I know you felt the same. What a shot, by the way. What a shot.
What a return.
It was magnificent, wasn't it?
I think BJ can't believe that. It was magnificent. Being here at Wimbledon, it is such an experience. It's something that you honestly can't get anywhere else. You know, I made the joke to you yesterday that I'd never felt more British than when I was at Wimbledon. You know, you're really...
You were dressed up as well, bro.
Man,
you went in.
You got to immerse yourself in the whole experience. And I know from speaking to all the players, that is an experience they all desperately want. Being able to come here next year, you know, a 5-star, all-expense trip to watch the final. I mean, that is special. Absolutely special. BJ, though, leads with 1-0, and I think that's already a surprise. You know, we were talking about Julius being one of the favorites of the whole competition. To see him down early on here is tough, but it's not over. We saw a big comeback in our first match of the day. And so we'll see whether or not the Frenchman...
Nah. Julio's winning 3-0.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Julio's up with the first set.
Julio's good. He's good.
I had it the wrong way around.
Yeah, no. It's because it's the bay and the bye.
The bay and the bye.
Bay and the bye is throwing me off.
Brought me off there.
But just to pick up on what you were saying a minute ago, right? This event is being hosted right now, if you've just tuned in, on the grounds where the Championships, one of the 4 Grand Slams, the most prestigious tennis tournaments in the world, is held. And right now, where you keep seeing us on camera and the players, we're in the brand spanking new media theatre, where the best players in the world, you name them, they're here. They face the media after some of the biggest matches in the tennis calendar. This room, we talk about centre court, where these guys are playing virtually. This room has got a lot of history in it.
Absolutely.
And a lot of history to come as well.
I mean, I think that's the key element there, right? It's not got as much history as the rest of the place, but plenty of history to come, and of course, so much history being made today by these players and everyone involved. We'll see who will write their name in the history books forever once the competition's done, with that engraving on the trophy.
What a shot!
Tough shots. Oh, BJ tried to respond with a cheeky little drop shot there, but wasn't able to make it over the net.
That's a long flight back to Chicago. I don't want him to dip out just yet.
I mean, it'd be a shame to see him go so early on, but Julio is no easy foe. Oof. Oof. That is a really nice start so far in the competition from Julio, and again picking up another point here. He's looking to completely sweep BJ, send him packing early, and if he can keep this momentum up, that is what's going to happen. Nice angle there from BJ, but the return from Julio, he cannot be caught out here.
I just want to be clear here. BJ is a good player.
He is.
We're seeing him put up some good shots, but he's just up against this ferocious Frenchman.
The Frenchman is ready for him. Oh, that right there.
Yeah, that right there.
It's so many other players in that situation just go for a power shot.
Match point, here it comes. Match point. Can he secure the bag?
Oh, brilliant.
There it is.
Absolutely brilliant.
It was a quick, rapid victory there for Julio, expected by many. Not likely his opponent. I know that BJ really backed himself coming into this one, so that will be a tough defeat. And we can hear a round of applause from inside of our venue here. And Levin is standing by with our victorious quarterfinalist.
Congrats on the win by Julio. You made quick work of the opponent there. Talk to me about that game. Was it how you expected it to go?
Honestly, with the previous match, I was expecting Tino to win, like by far, and Brad did the comeback. So with this game, I was not confident at all, but I played really great. So I'm proud and happy.
What do you think was the key to your victory there? Where were you
timings.
better than
honestly,
your opponent?
I didn't miss much timings, so the key was timings on this game, honestly.
Do you feel like going into the competition, right? Of course, a lot of people saying you're the best player here, you're expected to win. Are you feeling that pressure now as well while playing?
I was feeling the pressure, but I drank coffee, and coffee is boosting me, so no pressure, no pressure.
The caffeine is helping you get through it. I love that. I love that. Well, of course, right? You still have, you know, some tough opponents to come up with the rest of the competition. Are you going to be studying the opponents now, watching all the quarterfinal matchups?
I'm going to watch every game to learn how they play, to make some strategies, and or watch every game.
Do you have anything to say to the rest of the competitors who maybe are going to be looking at you now as the standard? Anything to scare them away, scare them off, get in their heads mentally?
Everything perfect, parfait, megazord, mega perfect. So every good timings, yeah.
Congratulations on the win. Back to you, Ian.
Perfect is exactly his game plan, and he pulled it off there against this man. My favourite, I put it all on the line, saying that I wanted him to win the whole thing. It's BJ. Tough loss there. He didn't win a game. How are you feeling?
Well, before I came, the whole time I was like, I have terrible luck. I know I'm going to get Julia the first round. I know I'm going to get him in the first match. And then the draws came out, and I was like, of course. But, he's the best player in the world for a reason. I tried. It was close in the beginning, and then, he's just hitting. God, the returns were so good. I think there was one game there that every single one of the returns was a winner. But he played incredibly. Yeah, he played really well.
What do you think it is when we talk about like the skill levels that separate players? What has he got over you? Is it all about timing? Is he kept mentioning there?
Yeah, I mean, a big part of it is timing. I think like 80% of it is timing, and then also knowing, what kind of shot to counter with. Like if I hit a short-angled cross-court, there's only really 3 options. So you pick one of those and you play it from there.
Yeah. What's your experience been like? Just because you've came all the way from Chicago. I mentioned at the very beginning, your regular day-to-day life, you're an attorney.
Yep.
This is a real change of pace and a switch of gears for you.
London has been great. Wimbledon's been a big dream. I didn't think I would be here playing esports, you know. I thought growing up, I'd be on center court, but this is just as good. I mean, or if not better. You know, video games has been like equal passion, you know, in addition to tennis. But it's been a great experience, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fascinating, isn't it? Because you've obviously played a lot of tennis growing up, and you still play tennis. I mentioned earlier, you've got tennis legs. You're looking great. But, you know, your route into this illustrious arena and grounds was through gaming. How cool is that?
I know, it was real cool. I mean, I brought my rackets with me, so if you want to go hit, I'm not a member.
I've tried many times to get on centre court. It's not happening. There's some other courts on here. Maybe we can get you on. I don't know.
Maybe. But yeah, it's been a wild experience. You know, if only my parents knew that all the money for all the training, you know, they could have just bought me an Xbox or you know, that's what it would have taken to get me to Wimbledon. But here I am, you know.
Oh, I love it. And I know that you play a lot of topspin at home with your husband, and you're always gaming, right?
Oh, no, he doesn't play topspin.
Oh, you don't play? Okay.
He doesn't. No,
you do?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I try to get him to play, but he refuses.
Okay. It's because you're too good. That's what it is.
Probably.
But you haven't been put off the game here, of course. You're going to keep playing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're still awesome. This is the thing.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
You know how good you are at the game.
Yeah, there's eight of us here, and there's a lot of really good players around the world. You know, we were joking, like, if the qualifiers had been worldwide, it would be 8 French people here playing.
Is that the region to watch?
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah.
All right, so what are you going to do for the rest of your time here in London?
I don't know yet. I don't know. We leave any recommendations?
Yeah, I know some good food places I can tell you
fish
about.
And chips?
You've got to get some fish and chips. Strawberries and cream if you'd have come a little bit earlier in the year. That's the thing here at Wimbledon.
We're looking forward to the cucumber sandwich.
Yeah.
You know?
I just want to keep talking. He's so good, isn't he? I don't want to let him go yet. Last question. Who's your favorite tennis player of all time?
Oh, it's got to be Roger. I mean, I've always been a Roger fan. You know, Federer growing up. I got a one-handed backhand, so I gotta support the one-handed backhanders. You don't see it too much nowadays anymore.
That's your style.
Yeah, I mean, Rafa's also a good player too. You know, I think they're
Andy Murray. Sorry, Tim Henman. There's something wrong with me.
You know,
any of those guys?
I got yelled at calling it Henman Hill.
Yeah, it's not Henman Hill.
No, it's
actually officially just the hill, though. Apparently.
Well, what's it gonna be now? Draper.
Who knows?
Draper. I don't know.
Yeah. Draper.
Get the internet on that.
Yeah, well, you guys come up with that. You could be an analyst with us on this show. You are that good. I'm going to actually ask to see if we can get him back on a little bit later on. But that's another peek behind the curtain.
I'll do my best. Maybe I'll do better commentating than I did playing against Julia.
No, you've been brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And hope you enjoy the rest of your experience.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's bring Levin back in. Levin, listen, by Julia, what a player. But this guy, he's the star of the show.
I mean, honestly, I was getting a bit worried for my job there, mate. He's a better talker than me. I mean, we could keep him on here. He said he'd be down to do some commentary. Maybe we got to get him back in at some point.
Maybe we should throw him in.
Yeah.
But by Julia, for sure, right now, is a real threat to every single player here.
I mean, it was good to hear from him that after seeing what happened to his French compatriot, you know, Tino, he expected an easy win there. It sort of made him come into this matchup, you know, on his toes a bit, ready for anything, and he didn't take it for granted, and you can tell.
Right, it's time for our Amex Powerful Player. I've got a feeling this might have been by Julio winning point. That's what I'm guessing here. But so many of his points and his timing, he kept saying himself, perfect. I can't do a French. But he said perfect. And everything he hit was. So it's tough to tell which of his players will get the money shot here.
I mean, it's tough. If you play topspin, you know just how important it is to get that perfect timing. And if you can consistently get it, you're just going to be in such a better position, you know, than otherwise. And of course, there's all these tactics and all these, you know, strategies that go into it. But when you're hitting the parfait or whatever it is, I'm not good at French. We'll ask some French speakers a bit later.
Yeah.
But if you keep hitting those perfect shots,
it's game over.
You're moving.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the bracket, shall we? Now we've got our second matchup done and dusted here live at Wimbledon. Whoo, Dab. He said he was delighted to make it through the quarterfinals. He said, I feel like I've already achieved something. Well, you might need to switch that mentality going into your semi-final because you are up against the deadly by Julia.
I mean, I feel bad for whoever's, for Darb here, because whoever's done this bracket is absolutely giving him a tough time here.
Yeah.
Because, we know the French are the strongest region, typically considered in the world at this game. And he had a first round French opponent.
Yep.
Then in the next round, he has to go against the best player in the world. It's like, come on, man, give me a break.
But what he did show in that first quarterfinal is some serious resilience, and he's got to take that in abundance into that semi-final. I don't think we can write him off. I think that his modesty, his humbleness going into this could do him a favour. I do not think that Julio should overlook him one bit.
No, he can't. And he especially won't after seeing what he did to Tino, right? And Julio has a lot of respect for Tino. Those two sort of would point at each other in terms of who do you think can win this whole thing. If he just saw Tino get taken down by Darb, he will be looking at Darb as a threat.
Yes, indeed. I am having the time of my life here at Wimbledon, drinking out of my little Wimbledon thing.
Naturally.
Yeah, our Wimbledon flask.
Cheers.
Let's have a cheers to that. Plenty more tennis coming your way. We've still got 2 more quarterfinals. The semis and the grands will all be played out here live on this stream. So don't miss a single serve. See you in a minute.
My knowledge of tennis in real life definitely helped me because I have a little bit of a tennis IQ, as players say. Certain shots that you can hit, that you cannot hit in certain situations.
Tennis helped me because the tactics that the player use and the movement of the players can help us. I'm happy to be here and I want to have fun and I have to think for win.
Welcome back to Wimbledon eChamps live here at the legendary Wimbledon venue. Do not adjust your sets. We are playing video games for the very first time here today. It's been epic so far. Sam's back. Sam, where you been?
I was off doing something fun.
Okay.
Which we'll share with you, super special, which we'll share with you a little bit later. But I was running around Wimbledon, as one does, pretending that I was a tennis star because there was a camera crew with me, so everyone thought I was famous, and I liked that.
If you manage to get yourself on the grass at centre court, I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to be jealous.
Oh, I have to wait and see.
What I will say is you missed Giulio in phenomenal form.
Oh.
I was watching him sneakily on my phone on the Twitch stream, and I was like, oh, damn, I'd be scared if I was everyone else. I mean, I know there's other quarterfinals you have to play, but I would not want to play this guy.
Yeah, he blazed through, didn't he, Lev?
I mean, he is a serious player.
Serious
player.
Well, we've got two more serious players locked in and ready to go at it here on centre court, starting with a North American player. We've got D. Santana here today. So he's a videographer, photographer, loves a bit of tennis. He's been a fan of the sport since he was a little kid, loves a bit of Roger Federer. He's just, he seems like, from what all accounts I've had with him, he's a very lovely chap.
A lovely chap and so passionate about topspin and specifically this tournament. I was very sneaky. The first night we were all here, they were in the hotel eating dinner, pretended that I had no clue who they were and sat behind him and got to listen to how excited he was and how passionate he was about the game.
Are you spying on the players?
I like to stalk players, yes.
Well, you could stalk them as well. We had a chat.
I'm a fan of video games, so if you do the math, tennis, video games, Topspin came out and I started playing since day one, basically, yeah. My knowledge of tennis in real life definitely helped me because I have a little bit of a tennis IQ, as players say. Certain shots that you can hit, that you cannot hit in certain situations. I think it's good for brands to get involved in these types of events because we have a lot of e-players that want to attend this kind of stuff. We get benefit, obviously, for the event, but they get the benefit of the community that surrounds this type of competition. Being a part of the first Wimbledon eChamps, it's like a breakthrough. It's really surreal, let's say that, surreal for me to be part of the first one.
For sure, this is the inaugural Wimbledon eChamps, and I think it's surreal for everyone involved, including us and every member of the production team, that this is happening live at such an iconic venue. You've got to put that to the back of your mind, though, Levin, once you step in the server.
Absolutely, you have to be locked in. I think any distractions and you start to get yourself in trouble because the level of competition is so high, it's so good, you will just get caught out.
D. Santana's opposition is someone who's locked in. Chris, I heard some of the admins telling me that if you go on any online competitions and cups that are happening for topspin, Chris is always in there, especially in Europe. He's always grinding these online cups. So that means this is someone who's locked in, getting as much preparation as he possibly can, trying to play as many different competitors and figure out different styles, all in preparation to arrive here today.
For an old head like me, when I read a little bio about this guy, 19 years old, he says, I started playing games on the PlayStation as a child. I'm like, come on, brother, you are still a child to me. To me, you're still a child. Anyway, let's hear from him.
This is actually my first topspin game. I started playing topspin watching Sinner because for me he's the biggest player right now in tennis, and he inspired me to play topspin. I like watch the tennis game on Wimbledon, and it's unbelievable to be here. I think my knowledge of tennis helped me because the tactics that the player use and the movement of the players can help us. I'm happy to be here and I want to have fun and I have to think for win.
The Italian stallion himself, and he picked up on something that we talked about a little bit earlier on, Levin, which is that interest and knowledge in the game and studying real-life players' movements and precision that can help him. He thinks it's helping him.
I mean, he said it even there as well, where he's like, I watched Jack Sinner and I was like, I got to just start playing topspin.
Yeah.
And I can really relate to that because I felt the same way when we were here at Wimbledon. I watched Alcaraz win and I went straight home and I was on it for hours and hours. And it's good to see that he's using what he's picked up in real life and trying to translate that into game as well.
I love that idea that there was a time where you would watch a Wimbledon match and be like, I need to learn to play tennis, right? And you would go and you would learn to play tennis. Now you're going, I can be that tennis player in game, so I'm going to go and I'm going to get that game and I'm going to be this person. I'm going to be my hero and show everyone what we can do.
That's true, and I think there's also an argument that the roles have reversed a little bit because sometimes I play the game and then I want to go play real tennis. So it's a mismatch. Let's get into it. It is full circle. Let's get into this one, shall we? The game is live and we are ready to hit the court. Let's do it.
I love watching the player walk on here because it is so realistic. It gives you that real feel of what it must be like and the time that we're going to spend focusing on that. It's pretty magical.
I like that these guys are letting the cinematics roll this time. It gives it a bit more of a magnitude to the game, doesn't it?
You get that immersion, you get that feeling. They want to hear the fans cheering. They want to emulsify themselves in that atmosphere. Get psyched up.
Can you imagine what that must actually feel like, though?
Oh, must be brilliant.
Yeah.
We had a chance. I mean, we'll share this, that yesterday we had a little chance to walk into centre court when no one was there. And it was so quiet, but it was so intimate. That's the thing. It's that intimate feeling. So even though the crowd is screaming, it feels like they're right behind you. And they get that so well in the game because it feels the same.
It does.
Chris picking up the first points of this game. Oh, and the ace from D. Santana will remain and hold serve.
After seeing the last game, you do really see the difference between what a good and a perfect shot can have. Because you can hit a game-winning perfect. Ooh. Oh, you can return a good. Oh, okay.
That is excellent.
Game. Agassi leads 1 game to love. First
Chris
set.
with the first game of this matchup. What an angle.
This is good tennis.
Oh.
Oh, my.
You can't stop that. D. Santana's been really making use of those drop spots. You've not seen anyone utilize them as much as him so far.
Shot.
15-4.
I think Chris starting with that break of service is a brilliant way to start quarterfinal.
Oh, wow.
15-30.
Excellent angle there.
What a serve. Have that.
Wow.
Have that. Might be our longest rally yet. Nice volley. Oh, and it's out.
40-30.
Did well to leave it at the back court there.
Oh, that is brilliant from Chris.
Agassi leads
And again,
2 games to love.
2 games to love. Honestly, it's been close. 2-0 seems unfair of a score, but it is Chris that leads.
15 love.
I think we've seen more aces in this match than we have in the whole competition so far.
Shot.
Do you know what I love about DeSantana when you watch him play? That there is a strategic thought process to some of the stuff that he's lining up, and you can actually see it in how he changes his pace on the regular.
Oh, brilliant.
30-15.
Brilliant.
The scoreline's a little bit deceptive at the minute just because the quality from both players is right there. Oh!
Oh, what a return.
Oh, wow.
Get out of here!
This is incredible tennis.
What a shot.
Oh, are you kidding me? DeSantana.
He's got it. He got that though.
Power shot to get the winner.
2 games
Unbelievable. Back into the game now, DeSantana.
Welcome to the game.
Love 15.
It's close.
We've got to do this every year, guys. I'm putting it out. I'm putting it out there.
And that might be our first double fault of the tournament.
It is.
A little bit of nerves, maybe, starting to creep in.
Either that or he's tried something different. I'm not quite sure. But you've got to imagine there's nerves up there for sure.
I think Chris knows he has to make the serves count. And so he's really pushing the boat out there, trying to get these aces. And he does. Oh, cheeky. Cheeky. And there's no beating that. Excellent stuff from DeSantana.
Loving the drop shots this time round.
Oh. That is marvelous.
Every point is a slugfest.
Advantage to DeSantana. What an advantage it is.
That umpire shouted that.
He let him know. Oh, you cannot be serious. What a winner from DeSantana.
Draws it level. It's 2 apiece, and he is cooking on gas right now.
Oh, brilliant.
15 all.
Chris just putting a stop to the momentum there.
Oof. Oh, yes.
DeSantana's coming into his own now. You can see he's starting to feel more confident in how he's playing this.
Absolutely. What a great return from Chris. Evens it up again. That is what those flat shots can do. Oh, that is brilliant.
Do you know what's horrible? One of these players is going to exit the tournament here.
And they're putting on such a spectacle for us.
Love.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The variation in the shots both these players are playing, excellent stuff. Oh, how's he done that? Chris, he ain't going down without a fight. Oh.
Nicely done. I think that there's a lot of tennis fans who'd be watching being like, oh, they're just, you know, bashing buttons. But there's actually so much thought that goes into every single one of these shots, Levin.
I love it. I love the way DeSantana's using the control shots to move Chris around. No response for it. Oh, that is so good. So good. A pair of drop shots, from the two of them. Both of them feeling it so far. But it is DeSantana that will lead with the first set of this matchup. More tennis to be played, and an ace to kick things off.
Chris punishing DeSantana there for some of those angles he's been playing.
Oh, Chris plays it down the line excellently there. No opportunity for DeSantana to get back into it. Oh.
15-40.
He keeps responding to those drop shots. What a shot.
I love what Chris is doing here now.
Yeah. He's forcing him down the line so often, and DeSantana isn't ready for it. That's what he's got to do to get back in it. Keep him guessing. And whips out the ace straight away.
That was beautifully done.
Really well done. Again, Chris just getting those winners, playing it down the line. DeSantana's got to be more ready for him to attack him that way. And it looks like he is.
I was about to say, as you said it, adaptability is the name of the game, and D. Santana's trying to figure it out. Still not quite there yet, though.
2 games to love.
And Chris pulling away a bit here. Still our most even matchup of the day thus far. Oh, that is nice. Really nice. Hard to return those. Chris finding some more control now in this matchup. Ooh.
What a rally here.
Oh, wow. Oh.
15-30.
Such a competitive game.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's brilliant. This is one of the first matches where we're seeing the stamina really come into play. Both players getting tired here.
Because that is a factor you need to keep in mind as well when you're playing. Fatigue is very real on the court and in game.
It's one of the perks of picking Agassi, though. He does have better stamina than a lot of the other available players you can choose from. The stamina paired with the control shots makes him such a strong choice. Oh, that is brilliant. Completely caught D. Santana wrong-footed there, Chris. Oh, advantage, Chris. Really important for D. Santana to hold serve here. Oh, Chris. He won't give it to him.
It was beautiful.
He will not give it to him. I mean, really and truly, a great matchup we've had here so far. Both players evenly matched, but it is Chris that has the edge.
And now we get to that super tiebreak. This is the big one, right? You're playing for your life in this competition. You're playing to stay at Wimbledon.
First to 10, and you have to win by 2. And the first point of the super tiebreak will go to D. Santana. Will he hold Chris off from the comeback? Or will he let it slip out of his fingers? Chris, both of these players love a drop shot.
Have you noticed? But I think that they're going to start getting each other's number very quickly.
Brilliant. Again, going back to what works for Chris, playing him down the line when he's not expecting it. Brilliant. Everybody's so scared of Agassi pushing you into the corner with a control shot that just playing it down the line sometimes seems to be so viable, and it's working a treat for Chris. And again, 4-1 he leads.
D. Santana's going to have to figure out how to adjust to this.
Agassi. 2, Agassi.
Oh, oh wow, Chris cannot be stopped. Oh, just what D. Santana needed. Right back down the line. There's 3 more points needed for Chris to wrap this one up. Oh, that is so tight.
He knows what works for him. He keeps doing it. D. Santana's going to have to figure out how to change this up if he wants to stay in the competition.
Oh. And with just 1 point remaining for Chris to wrap this up, we'll see if D. Santana can hold on in this game. Oh. Oh. Chris was just too much to handle, and he will be moving forward into the semi-finals. A valiant opponent in D. Santana, the closest match we've seen today, but it was Chris who held on. A huge comeback with the last 2 sets going in his favor. And I mean, both these players made it a fun game to watch, but it is Chris that picked up the win, and we got Sam ready to talk to him now.
Chris, that is the closest quarterfinal we've seen so far. Were you expecting it to be that close?
No, for nothing. It's unbelievable.
What did you think, though, of your performance when you take a look? Because it looked like you were on the back foot, and then you were able to bring it back.
I have to stay focused because in the match so and so, and I have to improve so much.
You've still now got a life in this competition. You're going into the semi-finals. What does that mean to you as a tennis fan, as a topspin player, being here and knowing you're competing for that incredible prize?
I'm so excited, and it's unbelievable, this event. It's amazing.
It's once in a lifetime. You are here, one of the first, and you are still in this competition. You could be winning that grand final. Good luck. Go get ready for your semis. Levin is with D. Santana, who we say goodbye to. Let's find out how he's experienced this.
Diego, commiserations. Didn't quite go your way here. What went wrong in that matchup?
Nothing went wrong. I think I played great. My opponent was better today, you know. In the first set, I thought I have the edge of an advantage and then, you know, the IQ system. But he adapted very quickly in the second set. And I just was trying to figure out what can I do different. And everything I tested, everything failed. So I want to congratulate him because he played amazing.
He kept picking up those winners, hitting the ball down the line. It felt like, you know, you were quite worried about him, you know, using control shots to get it into the corners. Do you feel like that's where you sort of lost the match today, or where do you feel like he was better than you here?
Definitely. The down the line shot was very good. Also, he has a really good angle. Yeah. So in that kind of position, I was trying to figure it out. How can I position myself neutral so I can, you know, try to cover the down the line and cover the other way. But I think now that you mention it, I could have anticipated a little bit more, definitely, in this match.
Well, talk to me. What's next for you? Of course, maybe, you know, this competition isn't the one for you, but you're going to keep competing and you're going to keep trying it?
Of course. I hope this is not the last time they do this. I hopefully do not... I just want to come back here, guys. This is a great experience for us. And, of course, I will keep playing topspin yeah, that's it.
and as a tennis fan, of course, as you are, talk to me about what it's been like to experience Wimbledon and obviously playing in this competition, but being able to see the courts yourself.
Yeah, I was saying that this is surreal. You know, I could not imagine in anything that I would be in Wimbledon playing esports. So as soon as the taxi left us in the front of the gate, I was like, whoa. I was a little kid searching in Google Earth, spotting the Wimbledon courts.
Wow.
And so being here, it's it's very emotional for me, of course, and seeing the history that Wimbledon has too. I have cried, I have cheered, everything. So yeah, I'm really grateful for all of you.
Well, look, mate, thank you for giving us what's been the most entertaining match we've had so far. Commiserations once again.
Hey,
see you next time, mate.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. I mean, what a match that was. I don't know if it can get closer than that. We have so many amazing players, but that was just fantastic. Let's get Sam back in here. Where are you, Sam?
Sam's here. I'm just having the best time, right? When you take a look at the games that we're getting to see, this is a first that Wimbledon and American Express has brought to esports lovers, to tennis lovers, and we just get to enjoy all of this.
And I think it's great seeing the emotion from the players there about what it really means to them to be a part of this. Look, there's been so much in that matchup that was exciting to look for, but I think we should take a look at what our Amex power play is, right? There were so many different options I think we can go with. Some of them were quite tight. I'm interested to see what we have here.
It's definitely going to be one of those down the lines from Chris. It has to be.
You've got to think so, right? I mean, Santana said it there. He was just so good down the line. He was worried about, him going in the corners as well and getting those angles. He just had such a complete game, it felt like, Chris.
Chris had a complete game, but Santana brought the heat. There's no doubt about that. There were some incredible shots from him as he tried as much as he could to tire out Chris.
And I mean, this rally here was just insane. You're thinking, when's it going to end? Both players making use of drop shots. I saw a couple lobs in there. And it was just there towards the end. Santana getting the point, Chris out a bit. But I mean, both of these guys had such great players all throughout.
Well, this was the thing, right? When you've got that rally backwards and forwards, we spoke a little bit about the fatigue that you see as well. You will eventually be forced to make that error, which is what happened there. But unfortunately, not quite enough for Santana. He's out. But you heard him talking about how much this means to him being at Wimbledon. And I think that's what's kind of cool about this whole experience with American Express. They obviously have always looked after tennis lovers. They have this partnership with Wimbledon, extending it into the online space, bringing in the gamers as well, building that community and letting us all live the very real experience that the players are living right now.
I mean, American Express have been involved in, developing the tennis space and being involved since the 90s, right? It's been a long journey for them, and to see us take this first step into the esports world, the gaming world here, has been magnificent, of course, and doing it here at Wimbledon, what a legendary place to do it. Santana getting emotional talking about how much Wimbledon means to him and being able to see it up close. I very much felt the same when I first was here, and so it's great that these players get that opportunity, they get that experience. Maybe not actually on center court, but right next to it, playing on center court in topspin is just a magical feeling. So it's been great to be out here, Sam.
What you get to see there is the courts where a lot of up-and-coming talent get to play, right? This is where they start that dream journey as a real-life tennis player, playing, and you can see center court right there. You're obviously playing now in the hope that one day you'll be there. I think that's very much the experience for a lot of players in topspin as well, because you have that whole career development where you can start right at the beginning, work your way up into center court. You're living the very real tennis experience in-game.
I mean, yeah, that's what it's all about, right? That progression, being able to move your way up. Let's take a look at the bracket, right? Of course, we have more tennis on the way, more amazing matchups for you. Of course, now we have one semi-final matchup. The next semi-final matchup we know Chris will be going through, but who will his opponent be? We have White GZ Worm versus Pio for that one. I mean, both players who I think from speaking to them are, optimistic about their chances in this competition, but a tough match to follow entertainment-wise.
I think it's always tough at the end when you're the last quarterfinal, because now you've seen everyone else play, you've seen everyone else's mistakes, you've seen everyone else's strengths, and you're already going to be thinking about the semi-finals, stressing out a little bit. We will find out, though, if that is exactly what is going down, how those players are feeling. But first, a quick break to get them ready on stage.
My expectations, I've not set them very high. I'm just happy that I'm here at Wimbledon competing in a game that I love playing. So the experience is enough for me.
My dream was being here because I watch Wimbledon senior matches and it was so good. So being here is amazing. For this event, of course, is me winning because I wanna win this event so bad. So I want to win.
Welcome back to Wimbledon eChamps, presented by American Express, and we're doing a one-of-a-kind esports event. If you've just joined us, we're, for the first time, American Express Wimbledon, bringing all the topspin action to the very venue where we have seen legends of the game lift the trophy. And now we get to create our own legends in topspin. It's the final quarterfinal of today, and the level of play, Levin, it has been so much higher than I think anyone expected, because we had this mix of different players, right? We had the competitive players like Pio, one of the players you just saw. He is actually a big gamer. He plays lots of different games. I know he's a fan of some of the games you work in because he was taking selfies yesterday with you. And then you also have the traditional tennis fans, some of them actual players that have played for a long time coming into the mix. And we're just building this whole new community of people coming in, celebrating the game, celebrating Wimbledon itself, all here at eChamps.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for this matchup, right? Because we have such a great blend of what you said in terms of experience. Pio, of course, somebody who fancies himself maybe, I think, as a traditional gamer for sure, but again, has a tough opponent on his hands. He's got the other Scotsman, right, in the bracket. Of course, the brother of the first player we saw win one of the quarterfinal matchups today. So, look, when looking at Pio in particular, when I spoke to him early this morning, he was like, I want to win. I want to be back here next year at Wimbledon watching the gentlemen's finals, and I think he's going to do everything in his power to make sure that happens.
He is the #1 seed from his qualifiers as well, so we know that he was the top of his region. Now we have to find out if he can be the top of everyone here. Let's find out how he's feeling leading into this quarterfinal.
This is my first top 10 game and tennis game. For this competition, I practice a lot with all the guys that play the top spin. Yeah, I practice a lot with good guys. My dream was being here because I watch Wimbledon senior matches and it was so good. So being here is amazing. Much important to be sponsored like from American Express because you give a chance to the players to be competitive on all games. So it's a great opportunity. My expectation for this event, of course, is me winning because I wanna win this event so bad. So I want to win.
Played a lot of sports games, played a lot of competitive games online, so that's going to give him the edge in that regard. But on the other side, that he's going to be facing off against someone we spoke about a little bit earlier on, we'll talk about him more, one of the Scottish brothers, the 2nd seed for the UK. I love the story of Whiteworm, the older brother, and let me tell you how impressive this is, Levin, that he's on the stage. Not only is he one of our finalists here at Wimbledon eChamps, he's also a dad. He's got a bunch of young kids. He's holding down his day job, and then he found a way to get into the finals of this competition. The only thing that set him back from being the #1 seed is the fact that he told his little brother about the tournament, and his little brother was able to pip him at the post.
I mean, that is special, right? You know, being able to sort of, you know, practice against his brother, I know is a big thing he talked about, or his brother talked about in his interview. But yeah, being a family man like he is and having to balance that while preparing for this tournament definitely was not easy at all. So I'm curious to see the level he has coming into this, but I do expect it to be high considering how his brother played earlier.
Ian, you've just joined us. And I mean, what I think is cool is we've spoken a lot about the experience of being at Wimbledon for these players. For Whiteworm and Dob, they got to experience this whole thing together.
Yeah.
That's kind of insane.
I mean, if you can do the thing you love most with your bestie, you know, that's what it's all about. If I could tell you, by the way, where I've just been. I have just been out and about. You'll find out where I've been soon, but it was just unbelievable. Let's hear from one of our players.
What do you think it takes to be a good topspin player?
Definitely in this game, reactions compared to other topspin, because there's a timing bar, kind of determines whether you're good or not. And then there's a decision making and understanding the tennis and so on, but I'd definitely say reactions. My expectations, I've not set them very high. I'm just happy that I'm here at Wimbledon competing in a game that I love playing. So the experience is enough for me.
We obviously all get to work in different esports, and this is the first time anyone's getting to do a Wimbledon eChamps. But I think what I love about this is how every single player that's had an opportunity to talk has just said, this means the world to me, this experience is so important.
Yeah.
And I love that that is something that they're focusing on, because competition is great, winning is even better, but there's something about the experience that you get to take away. It is much like, I mean, both of you got to be at Wimbledon itself. It's that experience that you'll talk about for the rest of your life.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think there's a level to it. If I want to tell this story to my grandkids one day, it's not that I went to Wimbledon to go play some video games. It's that I went to Wimbledon to play video games and I won.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It is true.
Don't get me wrong. Yes, it's cool to go home and share the stories of maybe going to see Centre Court, you know, sharing a drink or two with your brother or your friends while touring the grounds. But really, you want the golden PS5 and you want to secure the bag, which is the tickets to the men's singles finals next year, Levin. Let's be honest.
And that's exactly what both these players will look to do as we hop right in. And already we are seeing the Scotsman picking up the first points of this game.
Love 30.
What a serve.
34. (40-30). Game.
Nicely done.
Agassi leads 1 game to love.
Pio's a
First
character,
set.
isn't he? I've seen him a lot the last 24 hours. He's always normally got his Wimbledon cap on and all his gear.
30
Nice,
love.
straight down the line there.
Oh, great return.
30-15. (40-15).
Oh, just fantastic stuff.
40-30. Deuce.
I've noticed that that's his sign that he's just played a wealthy shot. He grabs his frames.
Makes a little bit of a change on
Makes
his
a little bit of a
glasses.
change and he's right back in there. Advantage.
Agassi.
Wicked close, this one.
Yeah, for sure. And our Scotsman does not want to let this set slip away from him. So if he can pull this off here, make it one apiece, puts himself in good stead.
Deuce.
And we're back to deuce.
Advantage. Agassi. Game. Agassi leads 2 games to love.
2-0.
(15 love).
Pio's just really starting to find his groove at the moment.
15-all.
White Worm really needs to get a game back here.
15-30.
You don't want to let it run away from you. It puts you on the back foot.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, a situation of this magnitude can run away from you.
15-14.
Shot. He's got it back though. And again. Oh, it's in. Not getting that one.
So much resilience from White Worm there. Such a pity at the end.
All right, White Worm, we see you.
Leads 2-1.
Brings a game back. Broke back as well in the process. Right back on his serve now. Could level this out at 2 apiece. Not if he's dealing with shots like that though.
Love 15.
We'll be interested to see if the Scotsman takes a few more risks with his serve here. Or return.
Mental.
God, such deep backcourt tennis play, but it made for fun viewing for us.
Fun viewing for us, and my heart is breaking for White Worm because you can see he's digging so deep, but he just always seems to be a little bit on the back foot.
Game and first set, Agassi 3.
Keep your chin up, White Worm. I can see that you're hurting right now, but that's only 1 set. Remember, this is best of 3 sets.
15 love. Love. 30-15. Four.
It's phenomenal.
30-40. Agassi leads 1 game to love. Second set.
All right, White Worm kicking back there, picking up a game to kick off this second set. Starting strong. Head's not fully down here, if anything. It looks like it's raising up.
Love. $30-15.
Oh.
40-15.
He doesn't show anything, White Worm. He's just cold as ice out here.
40-30.
40-30, though. He's got to put this game to bed.
Deuce.
Pio is not giving up. That could be it. Advantage.
Advantage, Agassi. Game, Agassi. Agassi leads 2 games to love.
And White Worm puts himself really in contention here to, if he can break once again, take this to a tie-break experience.
All.
Oh.
30-15.
Got to get this serve right. If he wants to keep cooking, Pio is really cooking now. It's a good shot. Great return. Finishes the job there to put himself 40-15 up. Taking risks with that first serve for sure. Oh, and that's the price you pay. Oh, how's he got that back? Followed on from that disappointing double fault there with a nice point win.
Love 15.
You can see the focus on both of these players. They're so invested in this, knowing that it is their shot to stay in the competition.
Oh my word, how does he get into this? And again. Oh, he's just been gifted that one. That's tennis, that right there. That's topspin, baby. How's he done that? Look at the big, deep breaths and sighs of relief that we're seeing here from both of them. You're so right when you say invested. I think it's even deeper than that. All right.
2 games all.
It is now 2-2. White Worm is potentially seeing this matchup drift away from him if he's not careful.
This is where you need to stay so focused. You see there, you've got to just focus on what you're doing right now. You can't think about anything else because you can get a little bit caught up in your brain if you do.
You're right, it's almost like a reset button situation.
It was beautifully done by Pio there.
Most things he does are pretty beautiful, but that was beautiful from White Worm. Come on, White Worm, to take this to a 3rd set. But it's not over yet.
Not over yet.
It's definitely not over yet. We are now at deuce. We are seeing an opportunity potentially passes by for the Scotsman.
Advantage, Agassi.
This is it, White Worm.
Game, Agassi. Agassi leads 3 games to 2.
What?
Love.
Damn.
Remember, you've got to win by 2 games.
Love.
So Whiteworm's put himself in a good spot here.
14-15.
The comeback, if you like.
Absolutely.
40-30.
If there's one thing we love in tennis, it is a good comeback.
Game and second set.
Brilliant shot. I love that angle there of the players because you really see how close they are in proximity of each other while they're going at it on the court.
I also think the concern for me is how dejected Pio looked there.
1-0.
We are now into the tie-break. This is for a spot in the semi-final. First to 10, got to win by 2 points.
One more. Agassi.
He's finding it. You can see he's not looking as almost anxious anymore. He's looking
Not as
pretty-
anxious. That was, I think he looks a little bit more convinced that maybe he's figured out how best to play this against Pio.
Yeah.
3-2. Agassi.
Maybe not.
A little bit of a silly mistake there. You could see it in his reaction as well.
3-4.
Head in the hands, knowing he needs to do better in a tie-break situation.
3 apiece, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic.
4-3. Agassi.
We're seeing real composure with some of the angles here, but I am seeing some shots that I would expect
5-3. Agassi.
to be returned, but Pio is on a bit of a wave right now.
6-3. Agassi.
Oh, Pio. Stop it. He's on a wave.
7-3. Agassi.
7-3, he is moving clear. Oh my word, the Scotsman becoming agonisingly close to just being here as a fan for his brother.
This is such a good example of momentum.
Yep.
You get it and you start rolling, how hard it is to stop it if you're on the other side.
One more point. There it is. He's back.
9-4. Agassi.
He's back in it.
Super confident there.
This is tense.
9-5. Agassi.
Talk about a comeback. Talk about not giving up. He's in trouble here, though. Oh, that's it.
Game, set, and match.
Match point right there. Done. He stays in the competition. What a fight.
What a performance from Pio that was. And big up to Whiteworm as well. Pio. Are you all right? That was intense.
Wow, so intense. I don't know how I win this match, honestly. I played good, but not at my max, at 100%. Yep.
He was a very tough opponent for you.
Yeah, yeah.
You really had to pull something extra out of the bag there.
Yeah. It was insane. I never played him before, but wow, he is for sure one of the best of this tourney. Wow.
You are
players.
Very emotional to watch when you're up there.
Yeah.
How much more intense is it being so close to your opponent, just sitting opposite from him?
Much different from play home. It's another game. Yeah, it's another game. It's more pressure, and this, wow.
How do you find the tie-break situations? Because that's when we really take it up a level.
Tie-break situation are at max pressure. You need to be so precise with timing. You need to be 100% on your front, or you lose.
Have you managed to watch any of the other quarterfinals that have taken place here so far here today?
Maybe the first one. Yeah.
What did you think?
I think Brad win against Tino, and it's amazing because Tino is one of the favorite for me. So Brad did an insane match, and he win.
I've got to ask you before we wrap up this interview, because we'll be seeing you again in the semi-finals. But how much of a good time are you having out here? You look like you're living your dream whenever I see you.
Yeah.
Big smile on your face. You normally got your Wimbledon cap on and your logos everywhere. Is this a dream come true?
Yeah, it's a dream. Just from being here, if I lose, I don't care, because just from being here is a dream. It's amazing for being in Wimbledon.
Well, you didn't lose, you won, and the dream continues. See you in the semi-finals, and congratulations. Back to you, Sam.
Thank you so much, Ian. I am here with White when we say goodbye to you now. And I think Pierre spoke about it a little bit, the stress of being on that stage. What was it like for you being on that stage and having to play?
Yeah, definitely. The nerves got the better of me there. I think you could see it in my face. I could have played a lot better, and to be fair to Pio, he handled the pressure better. So, congratulations to him.
You look so devastated, and I can see it, and that's got to be the worst feeling. Did you expect more of yourself in that instance?
Well, I knew that it was definitely going to be a tough match against Pio. He's one of the best players, so to get a set off and take it to a super tie break I was pleased with that. Yeah.
Your kids are probably, I'm sure, watching. Or what do they think about the fact that their dad is here at Wimbledon, and not only their dad, their uncle as well?
Yeah, no, they're a bit young to understand really what's going on, but they enjoy watching me play the tennis game, and they like to cheer me on. So I'm sure they'll be cheering at home, and they'll be cheering for Brad the rest of the tournament.
For you, you're going to go home now and work a bit more on topspin. I mean, has the bug bitten? Is this going to be the future? If we see another one of these Wimbledon eChamps, are we going to see you competing again?
Definitely. It's been a great experience. New friends, and a good competition. So, yeah, definitely. Hopefully it happens again.
I know you're feeling a bit down, but don't worry. In a couple of minutes, you'll realize how incredible it is. You've made history. So thank you from all of us for putting on such a good show. And I hope that if we do this again, we get to see you back on that stage.
Definitely, thanks. And obviously I'm going to be here cheering for Brad, so hopefully he goes all the way.
Let's see. Thank you. We're going to bring Ian back. I'm going to send you off on your way because we have so much more still to do. All our quarterfinals now done. We have our 4 semi-finalists. And now what's important, I think, is just to recap exactly who is making their way through the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see. I always say it's like a Christmas advent calendar as we start to see the boxes filled as we go along. And we've only got 2 more to fill before we crown our champion at the very end of the play day. The grand final is waiting in the wings. But before we get there, we've got 2 more semi-finals to play out. Now, we had AJ here all the way from Chicago a little bit earlier on, and I think he won everybody's hearts. And I even said, by the way, I'm at the wrong side of the desk. This is on a slant. I'm not actually this small. But AJ, you are standing here looking about 7 foot tall, and you were so charismatic earlier and such a great talker that we had to bring you back on the desk. So welcome back.
Thanks. I was on my way to Heathrow, and here I am again.
that Uber did a U-turn and came right back.
Yep.
It's cool. You get to be back in Wimbledon. What have you thought about the quarterfinals so far, though? Because I've seen you in the back there. You've been watching all the action.
Oh, it's been crazy. I'm a little disappointed in myself that my quarterfinal was the only one that didn't go 3 sets. They all went 3 sets. And I think that maybe that was a little bit, I know you guys have been talking about the differences between topspin and real tennis. And I think for me, I think that actually, hurt my play, because you'll see these players, I think it was my husband made this really great point. I was doing research on Julio before I played him and watching some of his other matches. And my husband made the good point of, he's playing the video game to win the game. And a lot of times, I'm there, first serve flat, second serve topspin. And you'll see a lot of the competitors doing the down the middle shot, those short cross-court shots, which aren't the most realistic in real tennis, but they're very effective in the game.
That's the cool thing, right? There's a little bit of a difference as well. And I do think that that's important to highlight, that there is a skill, and I think I said it to Levin during one of the games, where I was like, there is a skill level here that for someone watching at home as a real tennis player who hasn't played the game, they think, oh, well, you just bash buttons, right? And everything's fine. But some of these guys have really like studied the analytics of the game to figure out exactly what they need to do to get a victory.
Well, as soon as I got the game, and if you own the game yourself, you'll know that there's the John McEnroe like school at the very beginning where you do all the different lessons and you learn the basics, then it becomes more and more advanced. Now, even that alone, to learn the basic techniques, takes a lot of work.
Oh, yeah.
But then once you get through that process, there's still so many levels to go up. And that's the sort of levels we're seeing you guys performing at here, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's many levels to the game, many different shots that you'll see people hit. Yeah, I think they need to get John McEnroe there again for, part 3 of
4 and 5 and 6.
Of the academy. Yeah, get some of these other guys out there to teach.
What do you think John McEnroe would say about all of this, though? I wonder what he would think if he was sitting here watching Wimbledon eChamps.
I don't know. He'd probably be wondering why none of us are picking him as a player. He's playable in the game.
I think that would, you know what? I think that would be his first question. I think you're right. Now, I just want to roll over some footage here of Wimbledon in all of its glory, because I know that you as a tennis fan, you see this venue. You've seen it for years, year after year, year upon year, filled to the rafters with fans from all over the world who literally will do whatever it takes to get queue all night, camp overnight, just to get in. And to be on centre court is such a unique experience. Watching it from home, you still get that vibe. But for you being here, albeit not during the championships, just talk us through what it's been like.
God, it's been insane. We did a tour yesterday. We went and walked over to center court, number 1 court, walked through the grounds. It still blows my mind that this is a private club. Yeah, and they're gracious enough to host the championships and this esports tournament. And it's iconic. There's so many adverbs I could use to describe Wimbledon. It's a dream come true to even be here. I wanted to bring my mom, but she got sick, and she's the other tennis player in the family. So
is she a good player?
Oh yeah, she played varsity in college. Yeah, so
that's why you got the racket in your hand, right?
She wanted to. She taught all of us tennis, but I was the only one that could rally with her. I think I'm the youngest, so by the time I came around, she was happy that at least someone could play tennis.
Was that something when you were competing when you were younger in real tennis? Did you have those aspirations of finding yourself at Wimbledon?
Oh, yeah.
So now you've kind of got to live that dream, right? Because you have competed at Wimbledon. You'll be able to say that.
Yeah, the path was different, but the goal, here we are. I think a lot of us, are just blown away to be here in the first place.
How quickly does life return to normality? Just so you guys, if you weren't here for the quarterfinal earlier on, this man right here, AJ, is an attorney in Chicago. He's wearing 2 very different hats right now. How quickly do you have to go right back to the grind, and how soon are you doing your regular job?
Oh, yeah, I'm still answering emails. It's a bit of a time change, but I'll be hitting the ground running on Monday, getting back up to speed on all my matters. It's funny, topspin has sort of eaten into my regular tennis, and after experiencing this, and especially if there's another eChamps next year, I will continue to be playing topspin, but try to work in some more real tennis at the same time.
Absolutely. Who do you think is going to win this thing?
Oh, my money's on Julio.
You have to.
Yeah.
I mean, I was about to say you've got to say Julio because you played against him.
Yeah, absolutely.
But still, I mean, Chris, all of those matches were really good, really close. So we got, who's Julio playing?
Dobbs. He's going to be playing the UK number 1 seed.
Oh, Brad. Oh, yeah. That's going to be an interesting match. I think if Brad maintains that high level that he found in that first match that he played.
And the resilience as well.
Yes. Yeah. I think he's going to give Julio a run for his money. I think it's going to come down to who can hold their nerves, who can hit their shots, who can adapt. Because I think you saw that in all of the matches. You saw the ups and all of them were just up and down. First set to, one player, and then second set to the other. And then the tiebreak was just a coin flip.
You got to read the opposition. That's what it's, who can read the opposition and change up their play as quickly as possible.
AJ, I hope you have a very safe and lovely flight back to Chicago. It's been a pleasure meeting you and having you on the show. You've been a true joy. We move now into a best-of-5 situation with the semi-finals. It gets even more enduring from this point onwards. You don't want to miss a beat of it. It all happens next. Welcome, welcome, welcome once again to a piece. We just saw our colleague sprint across the camera there of gaming history live at Wimbledon. This is the first ever esports tournament ever broadcast from this magnificent and wonderful venue, one of the most famous sporting venues in all of the world. And I am delighted to be here. My name's Ian. This is Levin. We're not quite sure if we're representing the brand enough, though. I don't know about you. What do you think?
I mean, we got all the gear now.
Yeah.
But it's all about whether we have the idea.
Do we have the ideas?
Because, as you know...
I got some ideas.
I got some ideas.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't know how good my ideas are going to be come time to implement them into the game.
Okay, well, we will get to that. We've got semi-finals galore coming up, and then we've got a grand final a little bit later on. It is all getting played out right here live on this stream, and we've got some epic prizes up for grabs. We've got 4 players left. Absolutely itching to get their hands on these prizes. Yeah. Which one should we start with? Should we start with the PS5?
Ooh, I think you've got to start with that golden PS5 24-karat gold. I mean, when we first saw this, we were in awe. They had to actually, get an extra security guard to make sure one of us didn't slip away with it because, sticky fingers and all. I mean, take a look at this thing. It is just a beauty. We talked about how, honestly, as much as if I was a person that wins this, I'd love to use it and get into it. I almost wouldn't want to touch it. I just have it on display in my house there because it just looks too good.
We have touched it, but we had to wear special gloves to do so. Now, what's also awesome is the winner of this tournament here. We are, by the way, presented by American Express, and we're playing Topspin 2K25, which is an absolutely awesome tennis game, probably one of the greatest ever made, because they've got it down, right? That game is down. But the winner right here gets their name etched onto that solid gold PS5 forever. And now the etching is done by the Wimbledon etcher.
I mean,
is that what you're saying?
I mean, the Wimbledon etcher. No, I think the Wimbledon etcher, I think, is what we'll run with. I mean, the players, knowing that happens, like I remember yesterday, we actually told them, I don't think a lot of them realized that it was going to be etched by the Wimbledon etcher. And when we told them, a lot of them were like, oh wait, this is real. Like this is serious business. And I mean, that especially just having your name etched on that PlayStation 5 must be crazy.
Think of your Roger Federers, think of your Nadals, think of your Murrays when they got that trophy, think of your Serena Williams, think of all of the legends that have been here on that grass court, the most famous grass court in all of tennis, and had their trophy etched by the Wimbledon etcher. And they're going to be here doing it right live on this PlayStation 5. Plus, the winner also gets all-inclusive, all-expensive paid. No matter where they are in the world, they get flown out here to Wimbledon next year, and they get 2 tickets to the men's singles finals.
I mean,
check that out.
What a prize that is. We got to experience the quarterfinals of Wimbledon.
We did.
And it was one of the best things I have ever done. And so just knowing how passionate all of these guys are about tennis, all of these guys would have dreamt of watching Wimbledon at, in the center court themselves. Yeah. The fact that they actually have a chance to win that opportunity now, it means the world to them.
Because we talk about being present at a grand final.
Right.
For anything, in esports, it's a different feeling in the air, right?
100%.
And when we were there at the quarterfinals, we kept glancing at each other as in like, is this real? Did we actually make it here? And you see it all over your TV screens every single year, all over the internet. You've got punters queuing overnight trying to get into Wimbledon. They will camp out. They'll do whatever it takes to get one of those elusive tickets, right? To be present. Imagine being there. You're sitting in your seat, but you won it.
Oh, man.
That's different.
Different feeling.
Yeah.
Especially when you're looking around to all the lovely, people there as well, enjoying the event, knowing like, yeah, we're watching these players compete to win. I had to compete to win to even be here,
That's
right?
it.
So that in itself is special. And of course, they get to invite someone very special to join them as well.
I've seen you tapping up all the players.
I've been talking to every single player. I want an invite with the person who is going to make it there. I'm trying to become best friends with every single player here because...
Yeah. Not before me.
I mean, no, obviously not.
I'm willing to pay him. I'm not even kidding. I'm willing to pay him. No, I'm kidding. Can we have a look at the bracket at some point? I would love to see where we're at the moment. We've still got the semi-finals still to play. They are on the horizon. We've got something special coming your way before then. But before we get there, let's just look at the lay of the land and how things are shaking out here live at Wimbledon. Now, Darb, who is our Scottish representative, he is our Andy Murray, if you will, is going up against Julio. Now, that is going to be a tough battle for Dav because many are regarding Julio as the absolute favourite here, and he proved it taking down BJ 217 a little bit earlier, who came all the way from America.
I mean, yeah, he was sublime in that, didn't drop a single game. And when you look at tough opponents, there's nothing tougher than what Darb is going to have to face up against. Of course, he did phenomenally to win in that first quarterfinal matchup against Tino. Julio himself said how surprised he was to see his French compatriot get taken out because Tino was supposed to be one of the biggest competitors in this competition.
Yeah.
And so Darb sort of coming in as an unknown, a dark horse here. Really exciting to see how he fares in that one.
All right, well, the semi-finals will be coming up shortly, but first, it's time for a bit of fun. It's time for a show match, and we've got Sam standing by right now. Sam, what's going on over there at our playing area?
Before we get into that, let me talk a little bit about the sports attire you see our boys in. I am in the business attire. I got this Wimbledon jacket because the business of tennis is going down right now. Think about it. For how many years has a Frenchman not lifted that Wimbledon trophy? 10, 15? So what we thought is we would give two Frenchmen the opportunity today to play and then potentially get into the finals against two of the not so good British players that are here. It is Levin and Ian. They are going to tag team this against one of the Frenchmen. And I don't want to put any pressure on them, but the entire United Kingdom expects them to continue the tradition that Andy Murray did and maintain our victories. If they don't do that, well, shame on them. But before we get into that, two French players that are going to impress you so much, very well-known content creators. They are excellent gamers, streamers as well, Bruce and Brack. Now, Bruce does not speak English, so everything I've just said has gone way over his head. Brack, though, you heard everything I had to say. Is this the day the Frenchmen are going to beat the Brits over there?
I think we have the, we have the power against England, against Englishmen, English girls everywhere, every time. We are ahead of English, so I think it's easy for us,
I mean, they're not very impressive, but you do have to beat Bruce. Have you had a chance to play any topspin against him?
Yeah, we did play some topspin. He was very good at topspin 4, and now that we have this topspin 2K25, he just play less. So it's a bit harder for him today. But he's a great player. He's been 4-time world champion, so I think he got a chance every time, so.
He's got that competitive mindset. Now, you're obviously both friends. I think whoever wins here, it will be a win for France, obviously. Bruce, your English is not great, but so I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Can you beat those two gents over there?
No. I'm very bad.
I don't think...
Back is very good.
Bruce, I don't think you've seen them play.
Okay.
I have. You can beat them.
Maybe I can.
I can take your controller away and you might be able to beat them, to be fair.
Je n'ai pas tout compris, mais ça m'ira.
We have no idea. He thinks he can. There we go. Gents, I've given them a hard time, which will be awkward if they try and make me play later. But this is it. Our French face-off is about to begin. Brack and Bruce, let's get straight into it and play some tennis.
It's a beautiful day, and the crowd is ready to enjoy great action on the court.
Let's
Ladies
get
and
right
gentlemen,
into it.
Welcome to Center Court for today's
Show match time, baby.
I mean, let's see. Brack was talking a big game there. He said, France have the power over England and whatnot, all this riff-raff.
I'll tell you what, Sam. I don't think Sam thinks you can come and join us again after all that trash talk.
I wondered why you both you can't see it because it's not on camera, but I just got a very dirty look from both of you. It's just all fun. It's a little bit of a bant,
There is no such thing as fun here. This is very serious business.
This has got to be pretty scary for both of you, though, because you're going up against the winner here. How are we feeling? All the gear, no idea? Or do you think you can take one
I
of them?
honestly think as soon as you get decked out in all the Wimbledon merch, it just changes your abilities. I feel like I'm ready to hit centre court right now.
I thought this jacket made me a little bit spicy, to be honest.
Me too.
I'll be honest, guys, I'm locking in. I got to analyze their style of play, figure out what type of shots they like to hit. Do you know what I'm saying?
You're like, no more commentating. We're focusing now. We're getting ready. We're analyzing.
Yeah.
Prepping the counter moves.
We got to see where we can beat them, where their weak points are, what they're not so good at, what shots they struggle against. That's what I'm watching out for now.
Yeah.
Big smile. Did he have his name as pro? Is he really like out here just letting us know that he is that guy? Oh.
15-30.
Nicely done.
Bruce with a smile on his face.
You didn't seem too confident, Bruce.
You didn't. Brack did, though. I'm about to shut him up, though,
Yeah,
when I get on that court.
He had enough confidence for the both of them.
15.
I've got my stick flicking down. I'm being serious. He's not ready for my stick flicking.
Can't wait to see it, mate.
Do you know what I am concerned about? I know that you're both a little bit angry with me right now because I had some fighting talk.
Yeah.
But you're playing in a team together. What are you going to do if one of you is just not pulling their weight?
First set.
I think we'll take it on a game-by-game basis, you know?
Yeah.
We got to see how the other's feeling.
15 love.
You don't think it might create some unnecessary animosity?
No, man. You know, at the end of the day, we, you know, we're brothers. We got to look out for each other and be a team.
I always
But
wonder.
if you do start missing everything, like, I'm out. I mean,
Yeah, no,
I'll tag in, you know? Like,
Respectfully, I will do the exact same for you.
I have seen some heated conversations with doubles pairs, and this is very similar to that.
nah, I got Levin's back. I'm going to be giving him massages. He's serving. Like, I believe in him. I've seen him. He's got skills. Levin's got skills. I'm looking at these guys. I'm looking at Bruce and Brack.
I'm not moved.
I'm not moved.
I'm not moved one bit.
Nah.
I think we can have him. I mean, Brack clearly is the player to watch here.
Yeah.
He's got, you know, Bruce's number, it feels like. I don't think I've seen Bruce at a perfect shot. His timing's all off.
I want to play Bruce.
Yeah, I really want to play Bruce.
Do you know what is? I mean, it was a different game, but Bruce was a 4-time world champion, so you would be able to say, I beat a 4-time world champion.
Oh.
That you could put in your bio.
I would do that. What's Brack won? Has Brack won anything?
Brack has won quite a bit as well, I believe, so you could say the same.
About to take his first big L then, isn't he?
Oh, guys. I can't lie. He's getting smoked.
I love how they're chatting away, though, as well, and having conversations about the way they're playing.
Yeah, for sure.
This is much more friendly than when me and Ian play.
Yeah.
Like, these two are mates, but they're, like, keeping it all friendly, like...
You guys get very... I have obviously watched some of the practices. I feel like I'm not the coach. I just the observer, if you like. I'm getting ready to write your biographies one day, and there is a lot of pent-up aggression sometimes in your games. A lot of anger with one another.
For me, it's, you know, it's just that sheer will and desire to win everything I do. It takes a whole...
That killer instinct.
Naturally.
I will say, like, because this is good quality topspin that we're watching here, but it really does highlight how sick these guys are that are competing in the eChamps.
Oh, for sure.
Because this is good, but there's just, like, crazy levels.
Yeah, the pros are on a different level.
Yeah.
I think that's always the thing that happens, right, is you watch professional players and it is such a high level and you don't truly appreciate the level that they're playing at until you see the more casual games happen, right? Much like real sport, to be fair. You'll watch Wimbledon and the next day you'll go to play some tennis and realize that you are just not at that level by any means.
I find that's one of the things I find fascinating about esports. Like, you know, sometimes I'll speak to some of my maybe older friends who don't quite have a grasp of it, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, so like what do they do? They just play video games." Then I was like, "That's like you having a kickabout in your back garden and going, so what do they do in the Premier League?"
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
I love the comparison there. That's excellent.
So I have some friends, and I've been with them when we're watching tennis, and you would think the way they talk that they do play at Wimbledon every year.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's typical armchair experts, right?
Well, the good thing about Wimbledon is on centre court, you're not allowed to talk. So like, there's nobody actually in the ground going, "Hey, you should have done better here."
Yeah.
I'm sure if you let them, they would.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
It's the British way, isn't it? Oh, it's a nice little rally. Well, it was.
To be fair, Bruce hasn't been as bad in some of these, but...
Is that a compliment?
I mean, yeah, as close to it as I think he's going to get, to be fair. I will say, on set point here,
yep.
Brack, smooth as ever.
Are we in a best-of-3 scenario here?
Second set.
I think so.
We are. We're saving the best-of-5s for the semis.
Love 15.
We're going to make it a bit fun, though, I think, when we do the French-UK face-off.
What are you thinking?
I think it just needs to be first to 6, man. We just one shot, one opportunity.
Oh my
I'm
God.
finding my inner Eminem there.
Are you saying best-of-1 style?
I think do or die. Ready for that pressure?
Do you want to do like a game each then?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, okay. We'll do like we go in a game each. Maybe we do 2 so you get at least some momentum. Do you know what I mean? You can feel them out for like
When you mean like
2 games.
Yeah. Yes, let's do that. 2, 2, 2, 2.
Oh, no,
Because we'll be done in.
It'd be 2, 2, 1, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're developing a strategy here.
I'm enjoying the strategic conversations that are happening for myself and the viewers at home to understand where your brains are at.
Well, we're going to do rock, paper, scissors to determine.
Real strategy
we're smart
work
like that.
happening here.
That's a real strategy.
Look at that.
15.
Done him.
Brack's having a great time.
Shout out, look, we've been having a lot of fun with these guys, but shout out these guys for coming in and taking part. They're having a good time and they've got great followings. I'm sure their fans are absolutely loving to play the game.
1 game to love. Second set.
Obviously streaming from here as well.
Yeah.
Supporting the players, which I think is so cool because it's such a great way to, again, and I mean, I keep using the word community, but it's building that community, right? And hopefully their fans and their communities have fallen in love with some of the Wimbledon eChamps finalists the same way we have.
For sure. Some big personalities in this eChamps. Really lovable characters.
Who's been your favourite person so far, Ian?
Well, I did love AJ, as you're aware, our man from America.
Game.
But
Piontek.
Pio
Piontek leads 2
has got me.
games to love.
Pio's got me at the minute. He was, shaking in his boots in the final moments of the tie break to secure his spot in the semi-final. I think he just wants it. He wants this bad,
Right.
I think White Worm, after that loss during that interview, was one of the tougher losers interviews I've had to do because I could actually see when just before we even started chatting, I could just see how devastated he was that he was out of it. And it's always so tough when you have to have that conversation with someone knowing that like their entire focus right now is them reliving those moments in their brain as to what they could have done differently. And I think like in a few hours, he'll be a lot more happy with what's happened and being able to look at this whole experience. But in those moments, it's always hard when you have to chat to someone and you could just see how much it meant to him. That was pretty special, though.
It was.
Sad as it was, it just shows you, for all these players, what this opportunity means.
I'm sorry, but we just really missed a Bruce double fault there.
I'm trying.
Oh, poor Bruce.
No, yeah, it did. It meant a lot, didn't it? But I think he's really got to back his brother now. But it would be bittersweet to see your brother win it, wouldn't it? Is that the end?
Yes, that's it.
That is it. So we have someone. We are ready. Brack is going to be the guy that you face off against. Ian and Levin are making their way to the stage to get prepared and get ready for what is about to go down. This is it. This is England pride on the line, boys. Absolutely no pressure.
Oh, man. I'm just going to let these guys have their moment here and celebrate before we make our way up onto the stage. I am a little bit nervous here.
Okay, Levin, Ian, I think you guys get on the stage. I'm going to have a quick chat here with Brack because, I mean, you made easy work of Bruce, so no pressure for you, but the whole of France needs you to beat these two.
Okay. So are they going to play together?
They're going to play, one of them is going to play while the other is going to be the small support animal.
Yes, so we'll swap out every 2 games.
Oh, yeah. I understand.
They have a strategy.
Until we win, basically.
It will not be enough.
I do love a little bit of fighting talk.
always the rivalry against Englishmen. So
absolutely
ready. I'm ready.
Well,
Prepare for another loss.
Oh, okay.
Lots of fighting talk. While you guys get ready, Brack, what's it been like for you being here at Wimbledon?
Sorry?
What's it been like being at Wimbledon?
It's amazing. It's amazing. We just arrived yesterday. Oh, they are doing
This is their very serious strategy as
They're
to who
shuffling.
plays first.
Last one.
Yeah, we arrived yesterday. It was an amazing feeling. You know, in France we have Roland Garros, and it's already great to go there and to see some tennis matches. But when you come here in Wimbledon, when you see this place, when you see the courts, you feel the history of the venue. So we can measure our chance to be here. It's just great.
Just to be clear, if you win, that's great. The French will be supreme then. But when it comes to tennis tournaments, the UK is going to win, right? That's where we're at.
Maybe.
No, I'm saying it. Wimbledon is the superior tennis tournaments. All right, you get into this now. It is time to start playing. I'm going to head away. And you know what I was thinking is, while the gents get ready to play, I don't want to do this on my own. I think that we need to get a professional player in the mix. AJ is with us on commentary. Are you ready to have a really good giggle?
I'm ready, yeah. I think this should be great. I think, you know, I always wanted to win the French Open, but I'm here at Wimbledon, so I gotta root for Levin and Ian over there.
Okay, so we're rooting for Levin and Ian. I think everyone knows that there needs to be a British victory here. My question is, you've had enough time to chat to them. You've heard them commentate on everyone else. Do you think they have what it takes to win?
I think they have what it takes. I haven't seen them play, so it'll be interesting to see their strategies, their skill, see if they can, maybe they'll be able to compete with one of us backstage.
Well, I know that Ian has spent a lot of time with John McEnroe in the training tutorials. He speaks about it, he has. So he feels that he's prepared and ready. Do you think Johnny over there has given him enough?
You know, if Ian's feeling confident in John McEnroe, then I say go for it, you know.
I'm curious as to how this is going to play out. And this is fun for you as well. Now we're putting you onto the other side.
Yeah.
Commentary. So you were a competitive real-life tennis player. You were a competitive tennis player in-game here at Wimbledon eChamps. And now you're a commentator for Wimbledon eChamps as well. That's like 3 different career options if law doesn't work out for you.
You know, yeah. I could. I'm a well-rounded tennis player for sure.
Okay, we're getting into game. Let's do this. They're walking onto the court, and it is time now to see
Agassi. They went with Agassi.
Interesting choice. Why do you think they made that?
I mean, they saw all of us playing with Agassi, so it seemed like the obvious choice. But Iga's one of the better players in the game. Oh my gosh.
What did you think of that?
That was great. I wonder if they did that on purpose. Ooh, great shot.
Very excited for...
You got to get amped up for this. You gotta get into it just like in real tennis.
It is going to be first to 10. You have to win by 2. So the pressure is all on. There's no space to get to know your opponent. You got to go in swinging from the get-go.
Going with the super tiebreak. Yeah, they seem locked in. They're on track for the win. Ooh. Too good. Too good.
Lev, get in.
Did you hear that? Brack, of course,
wait.
he was just warming up, having a little bit of a giggle.
Oh.
We're doing a swap here.
I'm back.
Levin's taking over. You'll actually be able to compare the two, Ian versus Levin.
That's true. Let's see what happens here. Too good.
3-1. Spielberg.
Look at him on the far court.
Good try.
I'm feeling very tense all of a sudden. This has got super serious.
I know, it did. It got quiet in here. Oof. Oh, what a get.
Good shot.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Get there.
The dropper.
Put me in, coach.
Yeah. Get in. Come on. You got this.
Brack has had a chance to warm up. I feel like that's going to play in his favor a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, they may need to do 2 out of 3 tiebreaks. I don't know.
Have that.
All the pressure. This is how tennis is.
Yep, 5-1. They got a big hill to climb right here.
We are very close to having a French Wimbledon winner.
I mean, Emily Mauresmo, last French player, man or woman, to win it.
I'm all over the place with timing. That's awful.
There's some coaching going on there as well, we can hear.
Is that part of the rules?
I'm going to pieces. I'm going to pieces.
Give me back.
We're allowing them to help each other. There's a lot of swapping here.
Yes!
Come on, the boys! Come on!
They needed the swap.
You want some mayonnaise with that?
Bad timing.
Oh, come on, go easy on them.
Put me back in.
No.
Brack is having the best
Whoa, you
time.
okay? Yeah, I got you.
You used to.
Get there. Oh, he's got it.
There.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's a chance. Go on. That's the shot.
No.
I think he's just playing with them at this point.
I do think that Brack is playing a little bit with his food before he eats. That's kind of what it's feeling like right
100%,
now.
yeah. Look at him. He's enjoying himself on stage.
You got this one. You got this. Come on.
I enjoy the team massages. They did speak about that earlier. Do you think it's helping in their play?
We're about to find out. Can't help, can't hurt. Oh.
You got this. You got this. Lock in, bro. You got this. You are that guy.
Yep.
You got this, bro. No pressure.
Who's that guy? Tell me again.
You are that guy.
All right, cool.
Oh, what a shot.
Someone was looking for that guy. I found him.
Love that from you. Love that from you. More of that. More of that.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Ah!
Calm down. Calm down. It's good. It's good.
Top spin, second serve. Oh, I shouldn't say this out loud, should I? Where am I going?
Game, set, and match. Be underway.
Where am I going? Oh, second set next, yeah.
10-3.
Nah, you won.
AJ, thank you so much. Levin, Ian, I'm gonna hand over to you. I think a loser's interview may be in order.
I wanted to just.
It hurts. That one really hurts.
Thank you, Brack.
All right, come on down here, Ian. Come on.
We
got to talk about that. We got to talk about that. Ian.
Yeah.
How does it feel to let your country down?
All right. Well, I'd argue that it was you who let the country down. Just because, like, you probably gave up more points than I did. I got like a couple of serves. I started really strong. Let me ask you a quick question. Levin, how does it feel to completely bottle it live here at Wimbledon? It's a lifetime opportunity.
I seem to recall winning the most points for my team, so I feel like I did my job. Of course, tough opponent, but honestly, my teammate couldn't hold his own weight, so it made things a bit difficult for me. I actually got another question for you, though, actually.
All right.
Going into the matchup, of course, people expect you to, perform, and you were talking a lot about how you were going to come in and beat the opponent, and you just didn't quite reach his level. I mean, what was that all about? Did you not actually have a plan like you said you did?
The guy who was on my team was awful and embarrassed me and everyone in the country. So I'd really put the heat back on you if that's all right.
Enough of that. Enough of that. I think that they've spoken enough. You didn't win. You had to speak on the court, boys. That's how this works. Talking about the courts, we're here right outside centre court. This is probably one of the most iconic spots here at Wimbledon. You get to watch it on TV all the time. I'm going to enjoy the view for a little bit. So while we do that, quick break for you to go get some snacks, because when we return, the semi-finals of the Wimbledon eChamps, powered by American Express, are going to be underway. We are one step closer to crowning a champion. We'll see you in a bit.
To be a good topspin 2K25 player, I'd say you need to time very well. You need to have good reactions. You need to be able to read the game, see where your opponent's standing on the other side of the court. Just read the game really well.
I trained a lot with the actual participants of the tournaments and with my friends also. And I took this really seriously. I trained a lot, so I'm confident about winning.
No more funny business. 4 matches already completed with 3 big ones to go. The semi-finals is beginning. And what a semi-finals is it going to be, guys? I cannot wait. Who's ready for an amazing semis?
Funny business is done. It's semi-finals time. Sam, are you ready?
I am terrified for both of these players because I think on both players in this first semi-final are so incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. So I'm just scared because one of them's going to go home. And I know that shouldn't matter, but it does for me because I'm always like, wow, I don't want to see such top-level players knocked out in semi-finals is always a rough one.
I mean, it has been tough for some of the opponents. Some of the people who have gone home already, I think, will be looking at the bracket going, I've been done here.
Yeah, for sure.
It's been so close in a lot of these matchups, especially the last 2, I'd say.
That's just the nature of the beast, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it is, just make no doubt about it, these players went on a tremendous journey just to get here to Wimbledon. They had to qualify through open qualifiers, and then to go out in the quarters is tough. But it's even harder when you lose in the semis. It's obvious, isn't it? But you're one step away from that grand final where you can then compete for, we don't need to go into it right now, we've done it already, but the prize is up for grabs in touching distance.
Super, super close. And then the thing is as well, if you were the top seed of your qualifier, like you came in that top spot, which is the case here. We've got the 2 top seeds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That's a little bit rough as well, because you know you're the best in the region, and now you got to go up against the best in someone else's region as well.
All right, well, let's take a look in more detail at both of our next semi-finalists, starting with a tremendous Scotsman. I'm a big fan of this guy, big-time fan of this guy. His brother was also here, but he's not here anymore. He's the last man standing. Old Barb in the building. We're ready for Barb, 23 years old, UK #1. Came through a tough battle in that opening quarter-final 11, and he made it here.
He had to compete against one of the competition's best players. Of course, we know how good the French are in topspin, and he took down Tino in great effect. I mean, many people were expecting Tino to come out here and do a lot better than he did. But Brad, even while being down in that matchup at one point, he was a set down and he brought it back. I mean, it really showed the type of resilience he has, the type of character he is, and that he will be a threat here against Julio.
And the thing is, we can watch back some of the moments here. There were times where it looked like he was down and out early on, specifically, showed some real resilience, some real perseverance to keep himself in it, and then he really started to pounce towards the latter end of the matchup.
I think that he reads his opponent quite well, and it was something that we spoke about a little bit while we were off air after the show match, is the need for adaptability and who can adapt as quickly as possible to what they're facing off against. That's really going to be, I think, the win condition here for a lot of these players, is being able to change up their style very fast when they see what's on the other side of the court.
He didn't show much self-belief coming into this. I think he really needs to find whatever that is against Julio, because he's a tough cookie.
He's going to have to. I mean, it's understandable because he is more of an unknown quantity, right? I think you look at a lot of the other competitors, and a lot of them are familiar with each other. And, and all of them sort of looked at Darb and sort of went, oh, we don't know too much about this guy. And I think he sort of went, I don't know too much about how I'm going to do here. So I think that first matchup would have given him a lot of confidence, but he's going to have to dig deep.
Dig deep he will, because he's up against this man, like we said, Julio, by many regarded as the favourite at the start, and well and truly still the favourite right now, Sam.
I mean, I think the only player to win his game in 2 sets straight, like no wasting time for this gent.
Yeah, he's got the killer instinct, and he said it several times after that first quarter-final. The thing that really gives him the edge is his timing, and he likes to hit it perfectly, doesn't he?
I mean, he does not miss a timing. It feels like it's always going to be that perfect shot. And if you're hitting them perfect shots, you're always going to be in for a chance to win a game. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing if Julio can keep that momentum up.
Let's look back at some of Julio's highlights. This is a real testament to his timing here. You can just see every single shot, he absolutely nailed it. It must have been 100% perfect. And he doesn't just hit the green line. Sometimes he hits the very end of the gauge there on the power meter. And he makes it look easy.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Do you think this becomes, for Darb, who wasn't that confident coming into this, we heard from him, and then even afterwards when he did his winners interview, there wasn't a lot of confidence there. He said he was surprised he had won. Do you think he starts getting a little bit in his own head, knowing that, I mean, yesterday we spoke to all the players, we said, who's going to win this? They all said Julio, except Julio. And so now, Darb, you're already nervous. You didn't think you were going to win your first quarterfinal. How much is that going to play into this, of that, like Ian said, that lack of self-belief, especially when you're playing against someone who's near perfect?
I mean, you do start to get in your own head, especially if Julio gets out early in a lead. If you're Darb, you almost start convincing yourself, he's just better than me, what can I do, right? And you can't afford for that to happen, because if you do, Julio's going to eat you up on that stage.
All right, it's time. Semi-finals, live at Wimbledon, presented by American Express. We're just sorting out one final issue before we can throw them onto centre court. But one thing that Julio isn't really going to do is make mistakes. And I do think in games like this that are so fast-paced, where you're going back and forth, you are sometimes relying on your opponent to slip up. And it must be tough going against a man who, you know, really doesn't trip.
You can't, look for, him to make a mistake. You have to look for a weakness instead, right? That is your better shot. If you're waiting for him to make a mistake, you're going to be waiting a long time. And we ain't got all day.
We haven't.
He's going to have to figure out quickly where he can maybe catch Julio out, whether that be, hitting him, straight down the line, or, trying to really get the cheeky angles on him. Whatever it is, he's going to have to find it fast.
You got a little bit more time, though, because it now is 5 sets. So that is going to give Darb maybe a little bit more space. Don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
Love 50.
We're jumping right into it. First point of the game, going to Julio.
See, that's the shot that always catches me off guard. Right in front of the net. Top spin. See ya.
That is good.
Oof, right on the line. Oh, take a bow.
What a start from Brad. That's obviously Darb.
Yes.
Spelt the other way.
I mean, I called him Barb a minute ago by accident.
Oh, brilliant shot.
So is that. Every shot is. Oh, that's the shot I keep talking about, and Brad's got it down.
Legacy leads 1 game to love. First set.
What a start. You do expect to win your serve, though.
Well, he might win more than that if he keeps up this momentum.
Love 30.
Oh, I see easy power shot there.
Too easy.
15-40.
Finally a point on the board for Julio. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen one. Great return. And Brad couldn't have asked for a better start than this.
Brad's ice cold right now. Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
One of the players said it earlier that Brad had surprised them in that first game. And I think he's doing the same here.
It's that cross-court low, right above the net, that drops quickly at the front of the court. That's his signature shot.
Really nice from Julio there.
15-30.
Kept him guessing. Oh, Brad is just on a roll. Once he met many better serve returns than that today.
Wow.
Julio starting to get a bit of momentum, brings the game back. Oh, return and a half there from Julio. I think Darb thought he had it won with the power shot, but couldn't quite get the perfect timing on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Indeed. Wow. What a rally.
He's got to close out here. Oh!
Big up to Bob.
Sent him to the shops and back.
Darb's on fire. Just want to take this moment, quick shout out to Amex, partnered with Wimbledon and this game, of course, Topspin, to not only develop this first of its kind global tennis esports tournament, but they're also looking to provide new ways for fans to level up their gameplay within Topspin. So Amex actually, Levin, they provided free co-branded Wimbledon and Amex apparel, rackets and other swag in the game for the players, which is sick.
I do believe that's also free for you. If you play at home, you can go and grab that as well, show your support, feel like you were part of this whole setup as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was talking about earlier, I got some clubber myself from the new season drop, so go check it out.
Come on.
Deuce.
Ice cold still. There's like no emotion on his face. He is so locked in.
It's not one till it's over. Have to stay focused. Second serve here for Julio.
Good return, but another one, solid one. Right back down his gillet.
That's a great power shot. Off balance as well. And he manages to get the winner. Set point now for Brad. What a spot to be in. Oh, what a shot and what a start to the game it's been for Darb. I mean, we all said he had to have a great start and he had to find his feet quickly. He has done exactly that. And Julio now, the favorite, having to fight from behind. We haven't seen him in this competition down yet. And now it's going to be a test of his character. How does he deal with being in this position?
So these players play a lot online. They've probably been in these situations when they've been in these online competitions. But it is very different, I think, on a stage at an iconic venue. That's something that plays so much into it that we don't speak about nearly enough. It's very different when you're at home in your PJs and you can take a moment to take a breath. Maybe your mom brings you a cup of coffee and you can chill out. There's no coffee coming to you from your mom on this stage.
You're all alone. And we're just actually sorting out Darb's control at the moment. But you couldn't have asked for a better start from him. Now, what he needs to do is not lose focus here because he's got, he's got one leg up here. Can he take the final step?
I mean, absolutely the way he's playing. He's just got such a good read here on Julio. And Julio can't really deal with the control shots he's sending deep into the corner, right? You mentioned it, right? Those control flat shots, perfectly timed. Julio's really struggling to deal with it. And I mean, that is the quality you get from Darb. Showed it off in that first quarterfinal matchup and showing it already here in the semis. Can he be the one to put the French down? I mean, we failed at that, Ian, in the show match, but he's still got a chance to represent the United Kingdom here in the semis.
Absolutely.
This is where it gets difficult, especially for players that are maybe a little less experienced with competing, is now this pause can really get in your head, right? It can go two ways. You've lost a little bit of momentum, so the reset is a little bit difficult, or on the other side, it's given you a little bit more time to focus on what went wrong, what you need to change, or you're going to get more in your head being like, wow, I really didn't play well there, and that can create a problem later on. You create all these mental stumbling blocks. It's my favorite thing about gaming, competitive gaming specifically, is at this level, which we've now seen through the quarterfinals, is everyone pretty much plays to the level they need to. It's the tiny little micro actions that change, and being able to not let your head get in the way is a big thing to being a top level competitor, whether it be in real life on the court or here.
I think the key here as well for Julio is obviously he has some time to think. When you're playing topspin at this level, right? You know, a lot of the times you get in matchups like these and you have a slow start and you start to sort of realize, okay, this isn't working for me, this isn't going right. But the key is figuring out how to actually, you know, implementing that into the game in the moment, right? You know, I think quickly Julio realized, hey, he's catching me out a lot with those flat shots.
Yep.
He needs to start moving him about a bit more, force him to, you know, turn to the top spin shots a lot more, because right now, you know, he's going to be packing if he keeps on playing the way he is right now. It's going to have to change him quickly. You saw just right there, right? One of those. Again, it's just sending him deep into those corners. He just can't get anything on them, Julio, right now. And he'll know that. You can see there a bit in his face. He's thinking, oh my God, how am I missing that one? I should be getting to them. You'll have to figure something out and quickly here.
I think it's sometimes hard to be revered as a favourite coming in, because it puts an extra added pressure that none of the other players have on their shoulders. And you almost expect yourself to just blaze through everybody when everyone's talking you up as the GOAT out here. It can sometimes get into your own head.
It is only one set, though.
Of course.
Let's be fair. So it is the first set. We saw this with Darb in his first game. He lost that first set, and he was able to come back really nicely. It's still very early in this match, and that's something we need to remember. It is I think it's the 5-set setup. So for that, it means that Julio still has lots of time. And I think he's someone that is quite experienced, that maybe he comes back quite easily on this.
Absolutely. Well, we are just sorting out a couple of last-minute issues here, and it looks like we're not far from getting back into the game. But before we do, let's just take a moment, once again, if you've just joined us, to reflect on what this is. This is Wimbledon eChamps, presented by American Express. And it might not look like it right now, but we are in Wimbledon. We're in the most iconic grounds in tennis, in my opinion. But this is their exclusive area. This is like the player interview, the lounge. What do we call this, Lev?
The media center.
It's the media center.
But
Correct.
this is also something that if you're a Wimbledon fan, you'd be looking around being like, hold on, I haven't seen much of that, because this is all new. I think that they've only had some player interviews done here, but we are some of the first people to be in this space, getting to showcase it to you and chat to you. You're going to see a lot of this, obviously,
For sure.
as the years, but we've been some of the first that have got to come into this space, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a weekend of firsts altogether, isn't it? I mean, the fact that this is the first ever esports tournament at Wimbledon, when you think about, when you walk around this place, you see lists of legends everywhere, dating back dozens of years, well, you know, lots and lots of years in the past, longer than that. Way before our time. And to see esports here is just, for me personally, it's game changing.
I mean, it's what it's all about, right? You know, seeing the game develop and evolve. It's a big part of why Amex is involved in this, right? That's something they've committed to over the years, right? Helping evolve the game. It's a big part of, you know, Wimbledon's, you know, ideas and their strategy moving forward. And so it's fun that we've gotten a chance to experience this here so far. I know the players are reveling in that. And there's going to be people watching from home who are like, hey, I want to be there. I play topspin myself.
For sure.
This is the stage I want to get to at some point, and to be able to even aspire to do that, right, is a magical thing in itself.
Yeah, I think that's what's cool about it as well. It's given another route to get here.
Right.
You know, you were saying it to AJ earlier. Like, AJ grew up wanting to be a tennis player. Yeah, you know, a lot of young tennis players envision themselves potentially being at Wimbledon. It's
I think every single one.
It's the end goal, isn't it? Yeah, you imagine yourself walking out on centre court to the ovation of the crowd. But he managed to get here, albeit losing out in the quarterfinals, and compete at Wimbledon. It's unbelievable.
That's the thing. He can always go back. And when we were talking about that, like you said, it's not the way he had imagined it, but it is. He got to the same point, right?
That's just the unpredictability of esports. That's why it's so beautiful. I think we're about ready to now get back into our semi-final. Let's see if our Scotsman can pick up where he left off, or if our dangerous Frenchman can find his previous form.
And already.
Different player, right off the bat.
Start for Julio.
Resilience from Brad.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh.
You can already see there Julio overcommitting, making sure he's ready for some of those corner flat shots that Brad was throwing at him. And so instantly Brad starts to hit it down the line again. Constant adaptations from these players. Oh, again. Like Ian said, his signature shot coming into play.
It really is, isn't it? He's used that so much already. And it's not one of those that you can all of a sudden start dealing with, because it looks like you can't deal with it.
I mean, the second Julio overcommits to that corner, you know, Brad can just play it down the line, right? It's you're always going to keep your opponent guessing that way. Wow. What a player we are witnessing here in Brad. I mean, he's making one of the best players in the world look like easy work. Or can he keep it going? He just about can. Wow.
Yes, he can.
There you go.
Oh.
15-14.
Great return.
I think he's pulled the wool over our eyes, you know?
He really has.
I was so worried with that tech pause that he was going to lose his momentum, but doesn't seem to be the case. I do think that Julio's come back a lot stronger, though.
Absolutely.
Break point here for Darb, and it will be
2 games to love.
2 games to love.
Oh.
Wow. I mean, Darb is just so good at getting those angles that just seem unbeatable. I wonder if he's got some D-pad tech in there, if he's using just a joystick. That'd be a great question to ask him. I mean, he is on fire when it comes to finding them.
Wow.
15-all.
We're getting really close to the possibility of Darb beating him in straight sets here. That would be something. Oh, but it is a best of 5. So
There's still time for Julio.
There is.
But he does put himself in a very dangerous situation where he could, if he loses the next set, dream's over.
I don't like the idea of ever being on the back foot, right? That the comeback is always so much more tougher. So.
He can't buy any luck right now, Julio. That is just so tough.
That is even that is just Julio's shaking his head.
He can't believe it.
He knows that's outrageous.
He can't believe what he's playing up against right now.
What is going on?
Power shot down the line. Julio's ready.
Wow, that's the shot.
It's the angles. Big power shot. And that closes out the set. 2 sets to love right now.
2 sets to love. 3rd set.
And on to the 3rd set.
I don't know what to say about that shot. You can't stop it. You can't stop that shot.
We have to highlight for anyone who's tuning in for the first time and maybe topspin isn't your game, the two French players were the favorites coming into this. Darb has already knocked one out of the competition, and right now, Julio, who hadn't dropped a single set coming into the semis, is looking like he is struggling against the UK #1 seed.
Ooh, what a shot.
Not looking like it, he is.
He is.
Sure. He's in dangerous waters right now with the Scotsman. But yeah, you're right, Sam. I think this is surprising a lot of people here, this performance from Darb.
I think fans of the competitive game and understanding the competitive scene are going, wait, where did this kid come from? I'm sure they've seen him competing, but he definitely wasn't the favorite coming in.
30-40.
One of the first drop shots we've seen. And a great response there from Darb, making it look easy.
Third set.
Shot.
15 love.
Oh, what a shot.
30 love. $30-50.
Oh my goodness.
40-15.
The topspin winner there. Love to see it. Julio still putting up a fight. And that will send us into deuce.
I'm not writing off a comeback yet.
Still holding out hope, Ian?
Yeah, I mean, I just think the only way it happens is if Julio maybe switches things up a little bit.
Advantage, Agassi.
Because Darb has just got it down.
Oh, that's a great shot there. And that's a game in the books for Julio, his second of the whole match. That's a surprise in itself.
Love 15.
If you told me at the start of the day that was coming out of your mouth, I would have said, no ways, never going to happen.
Man.
15 all. $15-30.
Great power shots there.
15-40.
Down the line, Julio just can't handle him. He keeps shaking his head, he can't believe it. Ooh.
30-40.
Making him work for it a bit. That's what he needed.
You can see in his body language he's starting to feel something, feel a bit different.
Advantage, Agassi.
Advantage for Julio now. Oh, great return.
This is such high level.
Oh,
my word.
Oh, that is magnificent tennis. Julio picks up another game now. and finally starting to get a bit of momentum in this game.
Love.
Brad giving absolutely nothing away up there.
15.
My worry is he gave away that game, and this is the thing. If you get someone, you give a player like Julio a little bit of momentum, it seems like an impossible mountain, but he is the type of player that can climb right on up it.
Oh, that's brilliant from Brad. That's exactly what you want to see him doing with Agassi, using those control shots just to send your opponent deep in those corners.
30-40.
And that's a set on the board for Julio.
The comeback is on.
2 sets to 1. Fourth set.
That's what you want though, isn't it?
15. Love.
He's feeling himself. Come on.
He's got himself back in the game. You've seen a lot less of those vintage flat shots into the corner for Darb. Julio has his number right now.
We said adaptability was the name of the game. I feel like Julio's had this moment to adapt, and now it's Brad that's on the back foot.
It's another parallel with real tennis though, isn't it? The switch up of momentum.
I swear, Darb has been good all day long.
40-30. Deuce.
Great power shot.
Advantage.
Those power shots down the line have been a problem for Julio in these last 2 sets.
Deuce.
Oh. What a shot!
Oh, and Darb read that so well. He knew Julio would go down the line. He was ready for it and sent him packing.
Quintessential shot there, wasn't it? Once again. It's been so good to him. Oh.
Deuce.
There you go. Power shot down the line. At this point in the quality we're seeing from both of these players, you've got to think one of these is going to be the winner of the whole thing. Fantastic tennis being played, and that will be
One game to love.
another game here for Darb.
Love 50.
This has got a grand final feel to it.
I was about to, this to me feels like a final, right? And you can feel the tension brewing in this space, even if you're not here.
Yeah.
Love 30. Love 40.
Little nod of the head there. He knows he's doing his job, Julio.
That's his sign, isn't it?
One game more. Love 15.
Oh, great return.
30-15.
That was a close one, but just out.
How many times can he do it?
Vintage Darb.
Come on.
Oh, and that has also been his bread and butter all game long. There you go. He just finds those angles so well. If he can keep Julio on the opposite corner, it is so easy for him to get those winners. Power down the line. How many times have we seen him do that one?
Love 15.
Brilliant.
15.
Big game here. If Darb can take this, I believe he wins the whole match. So
Oh! That's it. He ain't getting that back.
brilliant.
30-15.
Just want to be clear. Your average human being does not return 90% of these shots.
Oh.
The pressure, you can feel it.
Game, set, and match.
Wow.
That is that.
Magical.
We hyped this up so much as being a semi-final to watch. Darb, the Scotsman, could he pull off something tremendous? It was even bigger than that, and Sam is standing by for a chat with him.
Darb, when we were here last, you were just so excited to have made it through the quarterfinals. Let me put into perspective what you've just done. You are our first grand finalist for the Wimbledon eChamps powered by American Express. I mean, let that sink in. A grand finalist. You didn't even think you were going to make it through the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I know. The first match gave me some confidence, to be fair. But I was going to this match high on confidence, but low on expectation. But it's a great match. It was a good game.
What were you expecting from Julio? He is, I mean, everyone thought that he was going to win the whole damn thing yesterday, right? So you knew you were coming in against the favorite. What were you expecting from him?
Me included, I thought he was going to win the whole thing. I was not expecting a 3-1, 3-0 in the first two sets, and then the third set, when he 3-0'd me back, I was like, okay, here's what everyone was talking about. But then I got the job done in the fourth, so it was a good game.
What was your strategy coming into this? Because I'm presuming you had one.
One. That was really it. I mean, I had no strategy, just time it in the green more than him. That is the only thing I could have done, and I managed to do it. So it's a good game, very good game.
You looked convincingly strong. And now you are in the grand finals. You know who else is on the other side of the bracket. Who do you think you'll be facing off against?
I think I could go either way, but from the way the two quarterfinals played out, I think Pickus, just to give that redemption factor in the final, I think, just because they beat my brother. So that would be a good final.
You got to avenge your brother, right?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
Congratulations. You looked incredible. I am so excited for the grand finals. You've put on one hell of a show. The first grand finalist, here he is, gents.
Yep, and at the cost of this exit, an exit that I don't think any of us really saw coming, but so especially yourself, Julio, what went wrong out there?
I think he did really good timings. I felt like even on the first match, my movements were not good. Honestly, I couldn't move like I wanted. So I have been good on timings, but my movements were really bad. So he took advantage of it. He did great, and he was better on this match. I noticed he was better.
Those control shots in the corner were really hard for you to deal with there. It felt like he was hitting some crazy angles. What did you think about that in the moment? Did you have a plan to try and stop that at all?
I couldn't stop it because, like I said, my movements were bad and it was unstoppable. Honestly, like the short balls, I couldn't get there, so I lost many points on it, many points.
Yeah.
And then I think on the second set, I was a bit unlucky on the break point. He hit the net and won.
Yeah.
Mentally it was hard, but he was better on this game, so no regrets. Honestly, I don't think I played bad.
No, you didn't play bad at all. And I think it almost felt like he found another gear against you. Maybe he had a bit of a point to prove.
He was better. He was better. GG.
Look, you are very humble in defeat, and I'm sure you'll be back. But I've got to ask you just to talk us through the disappointment that you're feeling to go out here, and what does it mean for you to exit the tournament here?
Honestly, I gave it all, so no regrets. Honestly, really, he played better. He was better than me. At the fourth set, I was thinking I had a momentum. I was up 40-15.
Yep.
He came back, and then mentally it was hard. He broke me, and the last game he destroyed me. So couldn't come back on this one. It's unfortunate, but yeah.
It was enjoyable to see when you started to feel yourself and you were nodding along and you were in your bag at that point. It felt like you were onto something. It wasn't to be, but you've been a joy to watch here at this tournament and a joy to be around as well. So commiserations. Who do you want to win this whole thing now?
Honestly, Brad.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's got to be
Brad. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Julia. Cheers. We still love France. We still big up the French tennis players out here. It's just not to be for Julia.
We needed that though.
We did need that.
Because we lost to France in the show match, so we really needed, the UK to get a win here.
All right, let's take a look at the Amex powerful play of that game that we just witnessed. So many, but I've got to imagine that we're going to see one of Brad's signature shots here at some point.
Hopefully we do. I mean, there were so many to choose from if you were going to choose those. But there was also so many great power shots down the line, right? I mean, it felt like when he couldn't find those angles, he was just able to just hit it down the line with the power, and there was nothing Julia could do about it. And there was a lot of really great shots that Julia was hitting, but again, it was just so tough. Look at that. Like, what do you do about it? Even if you're there waiting in the corner ready for it, you're always going to struggle to get that shot. Anyone that's played topspin knows how hard those are to deal with.
Yeah.
And he just had so many of them flying them out towards Julio there.
Brad is looking like an absolute monster, and we will see him again in the final a little bit later on. We've got another semi-final to come. Where's Sam?
Yeah, she's supposed to come back a second ago.
Sam was meant to be... Has anybody seen Sam?
I needed to run out of the media center really quickly and come down to the official Wimbledon store, because what's great about this is if you're a tennis player, you can get all your tennis gear here, but if you're a Wimbledon fan, there's a stack of branded merch you can get your hands on. The one thing, though, that I think everyone needs to purchase, Topspin 2K25. You can buy the game in store. So if you're watching everyone playing Wimbledon eChamps thinking, oh, I want to be there next year, well, this is your opportunity. Get the game, start playing. A couple of other fun items. Of course, it always rains in Wimbledon. It's raining right now, so the iconic Wimbledon umbrella you can get your hands on. And what's really rad is that our players who come second, third, and fourth, they're going to win vouchers where they can spend all of that cash on this Wimbledon branded merch. But we also wanted to say thank you to you. So if you're watching right now, you can get a discount code in the Twitch chat, and you can go to the Wimbledon store online. Everything you see here, you can buy, as well as a bunch of other cool stuff, and you'll have all your Wimbledon swag when you get here next year. One of the things, though, that I think I'm going to spend some money on today is this fetching purple skirt. Now, it's not for me. I was actually thinking Levin could rock this quite well on stage. I think his long legs would look rather good on it. So I'm going to go and buy it, and then I'm going to get back to studio, and hopefully you'll see him in it very soon.
I'm hoping we see that as well. Have we got it? Oh.
Well, what happened was, I just have to explain, is there was the skirt, and then as I was checking out, I saw this cardigan and I just thought Levin would understand that I needed the little cardigan, and I thought that he'd be okay with the fact that he didn't get a skirt.
I'm very okay with that. I think you made the greatest choice you could have made there.
But if you want, I'll go back and get it for you.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's get through the semis and then we'll head back.
Yeah. Hashtag Levin's legs. Yeah. Let's take a look at the bracket, because we're getting close now. We've got one grand final spot filled, and it's shocked a lot of people. It is Darb, our Scotsman, who is looking to get the job done, but he's got either Chris or Pia, and they are playing off against each other next in our next semi-final. This is going really quick, Lev.
I mean, it is. The games are coming thick and fast. But this next matchup is going to be an interesting one. Chris already provided what I thought was the most entertaining match of the day. I think it's been beaten now, actually, by that last semis matchup. But we'll see how he does against Pia.
We will. That semi-final, best of 5, and then the grand final is all still to come. But for now, we're going to take a short break. We're live at Wimbledon.
So I think I'm one of the best in defense. It's the part of my gameplay. Defend a lot and trying to close a point. This is my strategy.
The timing is very important in the game. The movement is much important for me. Sometimes I use the slice to confuse the opponent.
Welcome back to a piece of esports history live here at Wimbledon. It's Wimbledon eChamps, and we've got Just 2 more matchups to come before we crown our inaugural champion. My name's Ian, alongside Sam and Levin, who are talking you through every piece of action. Our next semi-final is just coming up, but I just want to take a moment to just briefly have a quick look in the rearview mirror at all of the elite tennis that has gone down. Have you been blown away by the quality?
I've been blown away by the quality of gameplay each and every time. And I was worried because sometimes coming into this, when you chat to players, like some of them are like, oh, I like playing competitive games. Others are like, oh, I just like tennis. And you go, oh, this is going to be very uneven. You're going to have like the tennis fan getting beaten on that stage. And that didn't happen at all. Every single player has come here and been at a level that I think is really impressive.
How many stars out of 5?
Oh, it's got to be 5 stars.
5 stars.
So far. It's got to be 5 stars. I mean, some of these matches we've seen have been incredible. And we've had upsets, we've had comebacks. It's everything you want in a competition.
Well, another player looking for a 5-star performance is Chris. Now, we saw him do very well. Of course, from Italy. Did really well in the quarterfinals. Can he follow it up here? Just 19 years old. Looking to go strong again here in the semis, Levin.
I mean, he definitely can. We saw just how impressive he was in that quarterfinal matchup. He was up against a very tough opponent in Di Santana, but he, stayed resilient throughout the match and was able to get the win. And he'll be, he'll have to be at his best again here in the semis.
The thing is, he is going up against his Italian brethren because they both made it through the European qualifiers in the first and second seed. So these are 2 players that know each other very well. They know what to expect from one another and what needs to change up. So I'm expecting something a little bit different from Chris as opposed to what we saw with Di Santana.
I think what I'm enjoying is seeing all of the different play styles and how each of these players from all these different regions from all around the world approach the game. And a lot of it comes down to their experience within the game as well. And Chris, I think, has played topspin since he was a very young lad. So he's had a lot of time in the game. And I know that from the interview that we had with him, they're all very humble and modest players, but backs himself a lot.
Backs himself a lot, and also I said this earlier when he played against Di Santana, but I'll bring it up again, is that a couple of the folks around here were saying, a lot of the admins and things were saying, whenever they look at online competitions for topspin, Chris is always playing them. So this is something that he's been doing coming into this, a lot of preparation, playing as much opposition as possible. And I do think that's important because, like you said, different regions, you don't really know what you're going to get. You can watch them on Twitch, you can see how they play, but you don't know how you're going to face off. The best preparation is just to play as much as you possibly can before you get here.
If he is going to make it into the grand final, he's got to get through this guy. It's Pio. Another, as Sam said, player out of Italy. I actually really love this guy. I think he's absolutely living the dream out here at Wimbledon, living and loving every single second of it. But he'll only go home happy, I think, if he takes home the trophy.
I mean, absolutely. He'll be looking ahead, though, and looking at Darb in the final, thinking I've got a tough matchup there, of course, especially with Darb wanting to, get revenge on him for beating his brother. But he's got to deal with Chris first in front of him. And Chris is a player that he would be familiar with. He's a player who he's played against, and he's a player that he's beaten in the past, right? And so knowing that information, having that pre-existing history between a player, it does make a matchup like this that much more interesting, right? Because they're going to go into it already knowing where the other person's strengths lies, knowing where the other person's going to try and beat you, and you have to almost counter-strat against that. So it should be a really fun matchup between 2 players who know each other very well.
Do you know what I am a little bit worried about with Pio? Is that he's such a character, and he was so excited this morning and so full of energy, and like, I'm just really, we're here, we're at Wimbledon. Yeah. It's been a long day. So the thing that does worry me a little bit is how that adrenaline drops off. And we saw him on camera there. He looks a little bit tired. He was rubbing his eyes. That gets me worried. I hope that's not the case. I hope we're going to see all of that pure energy because he's going to need it going up against Chris.
He is indeed. Both of them are ready to do this, and so are we. Let's get into the game. This is our second semi-final to figure out who will book that last spot in the Grands for our amazing prize of an all expenses paid trip to Wimbledon next year for the men's singles finals on centre court. Prizes don't get much better than that, but I'll tell you what, let's throw in a golden PS5 as well.
Here it is. The second semi-final matchup. Chris to begin serving.
Love 15.
But Pio to begin scoring.
Looked sleepy, didn't matter.
Oh.
Love 30.
Really nice tennis from both players already. Trying to use those control shots. Sometimes it's not about control, sometimes it's about power.
It's a mixture of the both, isn't it? But it's a hard combination to get right. Because
one game to love.
as a casual, I'm thinking, do I hit a precision shot here? Do I hit a control? Do I hit a power? And I just sort of mix it up for the sake of doing it. But it's about using those types of shots at the exact right moment.
30 love.
That's excellent there.
Was I worried about Pio? Yes. Should I have been worried about Pio? Absolutely not.
Who needs sleep?
Great return. An even better one there from Pio. That's going to be 2 games to love.
2 games to love.
A rub of the hands before he continues. Double fault. We don't see many of those at this level. Maybe the nerves starting to kick in here for Chris. You can already see he's trying to get into the settings, figure some things out.
Love 30. $15, 30. $15, 40.
Pio looks strong.
Oh, that's a great shot. I mean, what more does Chris have to do?
I'm sorry, but that's a statement made in the first game there.
How is Pio returning some of these shots he's getting thrown at him? I do not know.
Darbesk. Chris gets a point on the board there.
Oh, that is cheeky.
15 all.
Pio's feeling this. Look at him nodding, smiling. He's got this. He knows. He has Chris's number.
$30, 15.
Great drop shot. And an even better follow through as well after the response from Pio. I think maybe those are the type of shots he has to keep throwing at Pio if he wants to try and beat him here. Force him to play in no man's land. That's going to be the key. I thought Chris did well there to put himself in a good position, but Pio still punishes.
Oh!
Advantage, Agassi.
Took a chance there.
Game, Agassi. Agassi leads 1 game to love. Second set.
We might be having a brief pause here just to deal with a quick issue that the players might be facing. Controllers are being cleaned.
Pio, though, what a strong start, boy.
Yeah, I mean, come on, he's cooking on gas.
Statement right there.
When that comes at you, it's like a tidal wave, isn't it? It's like it's really hard to recover real quick.
Okay, so we're finding ourselves in a very similar position to what we saw in the other semi-final, where we have this pause, and again, we spoke about this. Didn't affect Dob too much. He was able to still clinch that victory in convincing style. But now that same question that I had then, I'm going to bring up again, this idea of when you have a pause, if you're PO, is it going to slow your momentum down? If you're Chris, is it going to affect you in a negative way, in a positive way? All of those things start to play a role in how this game is going to develop.
Yeah, you don't truly find out until these guys get right back into the court, but it's got to be concerning no matter what for PO, because he was flying through each of these games. You can see he looks a little bit frustrated because he knew he was onto something.
No one likes it when their momentum is slowed down. And that's, I mean, it's not even slowed down, it was just stopped. He thought that this was going to be a quick one for him. He was going to get through it quite fast. It looked like that. If you take a look at the points that we did see.
Well, as we figure out some issues, I did actually get an opportunity, guys, to go on a bit of a wander around this amazing venue a little bit earlier on. There was one place in particular I really wanted to check out. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I'm going to be so mad if you got to go to center court.
Let's have a look. Welcome to the most famous tennis court on earth. It is amazing to see it. Center court, Wimbledon. Now this place, you've seen it all over the TV. It's normally packed to the rafters with tennis fans from all over the world coming to see the best go at it right there on the center of that grass court. Now, despite the fact that there's nobody here right now, you can still feel the history. This place is steeped in it. The trophies raised, the legends made right here. Oh, it's a little bit emotional, to be honest. You know what? D322. Nobody booked this seat for next year because, just in case it rains, I am set up shop here. If anybody tries to move me, don't do it. I am going to be right here, D322, for the singles finals at Wimbledon 2025. I got moved, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think somebody moved you, mate.
But my plan was, because I got access, just lock it down.
Yeah.
And don't move until the championships.
I want to see you, D232 or whatever it was.
D232.
D232.
But honestly, it's crazy in there.
I like that the iconic Wimbledon umbrella has now made an appearance twice. With you, with me. It's getting a lot of airtime today.
It is, and it deserves it. But whenever I'm on centre court, I mean, I talk like I go all the time.
Whenever.
Wow. Whenever. All those times I'm on centre court.
Oh, wow.
But both times, so being there when it was full up for the quarterfinals this year, and then being there when it's just empty, you could hear a pin drop in there. They're both enjoyable experiences for very different reasons. I think there's something about an empty arena with that much history in it that you can sense it. Like, it's almost, I'm watching replays back in my mind of the legends that have played on there and raised the trophy. And I'm just here as a spectator. These guys are actually competing here. There's levels to this, but it's a truly wonderful place. I can't get enough of it.
For me, what's so cool about center court, because we were obviously there yesterday, and you'll see it as well, and you got to see it there, is that the score is still up. And I do believe they actually leave that up for the rest of the year. There's something kind of cool because you walk in and you see the score, and there's no one left, and you just remember that there was this moment of jubilation with someone winning, and then there's also that moment of devastation when they lose as well. And we're going to re-experience that now in the semi-final.
Absolutely. I mean, shout out to Alcaraz and Djokovic for a fantastic final not too long ago, but let's see who's going to be playing in our eChamps final, right? Of course, we've had some great moments already in this matchup. Pio, I think, has been the clear front runner. He's found quick momentum. He's been good on the control shots, good on the power shots. He's had some tough returns to deal with from Chris, but he makes good work of it every given opportunity here, and that is why he's currently in the lead and looking like the odds-on favourite to make it to the final.
The standard is through the roof, and it must be tough as well knowing that you've got a really hard opponent waiting in the wings in Dab, because we know what he's capable of. He really showed it off in the semi-finals. I just wonder if that was also his grand final, or has he still got some gas left in the tank? I think so.
Well, I mean, if it's Pio that gets into the grand finals, revenge story there. You need to revenge your brother, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I'm loving this. Wimbledon live. I've never experienced a venue quite like this, and we are living the dream here thanks to American Express, who are presenting this entire tournament. And the thing is, whenever you walk around, you went into the merchandise stand earlier on at the store. There's still people coming out, right? Even though Wimbledon's not going on, the championships aren't happening, the fans still love Wimbledon. Did you see any while you were in there?
I saw so many, not even in the store, just on doing the tours, because you can obviously come and tour Wimbledon, and there's just constantly people here walking around wanting to experience this from all over the world.
That's what it's all about here. It's all about that experience when you're at Wimbledon. When we were here, as much as we had fun watching at centre court, right? When we were out and about, walking about, you know, there were a lot of fun things to do there. We were in the sort of one of the Amex booths where you could, you know, play some games and have some fun. So, honestly, as much as Wimbledon's always going to be about the tennis, the experience you get here around the tennis is always great as well.
And we're about the tennis. Let's get back into the action. The tech pause is officially over, and these two are ready to get right back to work. So let's join them.
Let's see if Pio can keep that momentum going. Of course, started excellently, leading 1-0. And he will keep it going. Pio leads this game 15-love.
Wow.
Even our virtual crowd couldn't believe that one. I mean, they were loving it.
I'm loving the virtual oohs and ahs.
It's brilliant. I mean, the angles these boys are playing at right now is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're back where they left off.
Oh, sent him the wrong way completely. Pio playing mind games right now. And then the ace to close out the game. I mean, he is flying right now. Power shot down the line. That's going to be the way to get your winners here if they keep playing like this with the controls in the corner.
Hey, come on.
And another ace. Both players now picking up some aces. Yeah, you see Chris has figured it out. If Pio's going to play this corner control shot game, I'm going to hit him with a power flat shot down the line.
Oh,
no.
He took the chance on the first one, and he was punished for it there. There you go.
Oh, shot and a half. Shot and a half.
Back on the serve.
How many aces are we going to get in this game, Ian?
We're seeing these lightning aces.
Oh,
how has he got to that?
I mean,
Pio's getting a little bit frustrated despite the fact that he's cooking. What a shot. What a shot from Pio.
That's another game. 2 games to 1.
Last time Chris did this, he followed it with a double. Not this time.
Love 15.
Pio is starting to look like we saw him just before that tech pause. Unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Good response to the drop spot shot there, but Pio just baited him in, knew exactly where he was going with it. Now we're on set point. Oh.
Just tremendous.
Oh, that is marvelous from Pio.
Agassi, 3.
Wow.
Agassi leads 2 sets to love. Third set. Love
Great
15.
shot.
Oh.
Oh, what a shot.
Love 30.
From way downtown. Ooh, cheeky little drop shot there. Pio was ready,
Love
and then
40.
he wasn't. Great response here from Chris.
15-40. Game.
That's a lovely shot.
Agassi leads 1 game to love. Third set.
Chris hit in the lead on games. Can he hold on to it though?
Oh.
More.
Thought that might have been a drop.
Love 15.
You would have expected Chris to have been able to respond to that shot. Oh, I like that. Oh, but so does Pio.
I don't know if we've touched on this yet, but Pio is using the keyboard.
He is, yeah. One of the only players using the keyboard and mouse instead of a controller. Oh, wow.
You've both had a chance, though, to play on keyboard and mouse and then controller.
Yeah.
Preference for you?
I like both.
Yeah, I like both. I think there's different levels of control when you're using the stick. But I only touched on the keyboard. I reckon I could get into it a little bit more. Pio's dominating on it, though.
That's a nice shot, but Pio responds and then responds again. This guy cannot be stopped. We're going to deuce.
Advantage. Agassi.
That's how you respond.
I mean, both of these players are just on another level right now. Another deuce. Oh, I mean, again, that setup is just so good for him.
I do think if Pio can somehow pull off a break here, it would be a break in more ways than one.
100%.
Advantage.
He might just pull it off if he can keep hitting more shots like that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Game.
There it is. That's got to do something to you as a player. Losing your serve, going all the way, back and forth.
You know, he can hold serve, Pio. So there are no more easy opportunities in this set.
Love 15.
Good shot.
Oh.
That was impressive from Pio there.
Locked in. That's excellent.
40-15.
Oh.
Game.
Drop spot won't catch him out.
Leads 2-1.
Pio now up 2-1. Potential.
Love 15.
Those angles from Pio every time.
Oh, these two.
I mean, every time Chris goes for one of those cross-court power shots, Pio returns it so well.
This could be it, guys, if Pio could pull this off. Look at spot in the grands.
And that's the one.
Clean as all hell right there. That is one way to make your way into the grand finals.
For sure. What a player he is, and we are in for a treat in that grand final when these two go at it a little bit later on. But for now, let's hear from Pio, shall we, Levin?
Pio, that was fantastic. You looked like the better player all throughout that game. Talk to us, were you expecting the matchup to go this way?
Yeah, I played very good. The quarterfinal, I was under the pressure, but now I was confident, and I played good. I played in the same match.
When I talked to you at the start of the day today, before the competition started, you said to me, you want to win those Wimbledon tickets, you want to win that golden PS5. Do you feel like you have the ability to do that now in the final against?
Yeah, of course I have the ability, but Brad is an insane guy. He beat Giulio, he beat Tino, a lot of favorite players. So Brad is gonna be hard, but I play it, and I hope to win.
I mean, you already beat his brother, so he's gonna be, you know, even more fired up against you to try and beat you. Do you feel that pressure now that he's trying to get revenge?
Wow, he's an insane player, so he can easily win. But if I play good, I think I can win. So I don't know. For me, it's a 50-50. We are two good players, so win the best.
It's interesting, right? Because you're one of the few players that uses mouse and keyboard, and
Yeah.
you use the keyboard to play instead of the controller. Do you feel like, you know, that matters at all right now? Do you feel like you get an edge with that at all?
For me, keyboard has an disadvantage. No wait.
Disadvantage?
Yeah, sorry. Because the serve is very hard, the serve. But then with controller, with analog, is much better. So keyboard for me is hard.
But you still make it look good.
Yeah.
Still make it look good. Do you have anything to say to Brad then, going into the finals, and you want to play any mind games with him or you?
Nothing. He's good. He's a really good guy. Will be in the best.
Keeping it humble, keeping it humble. Back to Ian on the desk.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Liv. And I'm going to take over from Ian for a moment because we have Chris with us. Chris, we say goodbye to you now. And you know Pio so well. You've played him so many times. Were you a little bit disappointed with how that played out?
Pio is a very good player, and if he win, because he's better than me.
It's not the first time he's beaten you because he was obviously leading in the qualifications.
He played other times and he beat me, but I beat him sometimes.
Can I just say, do not be, so I can tell how hard you're being on yourself, and this is obviously a devastating loss, but you did so well to get to this point. phenomenal in the quarterfinals. You can leave this incredible experience with your head held high. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a great experience, and I give all to this tournament, and I'm fine.
Chris, you are one of the best in the world at topspin, and you were here at Wimbledon eChamps. You made it through to the semi-finals. I know you feel down now, but in a couple of hours, it'll hit home. Thank you so much for joining us. We say goodbye to you now, and we now move into the grand finals. Ian, it's so hard because you can just see, and this is something that I do think is really fun to point out to viewers at home.
Yep.
Is that for a lot of players who are playing tournaments every weekend, they're a bit like robots when they do these losers interviews. They're obviously sad that they've lost, but they're not that sad. And I think that is something that I'm hoping when people are watching, they see the level and the magnitude of how much this means to every single one of the qualified players here. This isn't just another tournament. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
And it's not, the dejection comes from dedication and all of the time and hours and days that they've put into this game. And a lot of preparation goes into even stepping foot inside Wimbledon to compete here in the eChamps. So that was hard to watch, but like I said, hats off to him because what a performer he was. Let's take a look now at our Amex Powerful Player of the Day.
Pio just gave us a masterclass, right, in how to get a victory. So I'd be surprised if it wasn't him showcasing what he can do.
I mean, he talks about, keyboard and mouse medium a bit harder when it comes to serving. He was hitting a couple aces there throughout that game as well, right? So didn't seem like it with how he was playing. Both of these players though exceptional.
Yeah.
Pio just better on the day.
This grand final is going to be epic. This grand final is going to be epic. We wanted it to be. This is the inaugural Wimbledon eChamps, and we are set to make some history with two banging players that are going to step into that grand final. Levin, you've seen that me and Sam have been out and about here at Wimbledon. Have you managed to venture out at all?
I've tried to slip away a bit, but so busy with work and everything and whatnot. So
yeah, you didn't get away now, did you?
I did get away.
Did you?
I did get away.
What did you do?
I did something I don't do too often.
What?
Touch some grass. Now, of course, our winners get the chance to come and watch Wimbledon here next year, the gentlemen's final. And of course, you want to be sat there at centre court experiencing the match. But when you think about experiences here at Wimbledon, there is nothing better than the hill. Hundreds of people flocked here with their strawberries and cream, getting a chance to watch the games on the big screens. And I mean, this is as quiet as you'll ever really see it, right? There's so many people that come out here, and understandably, right? As a gamer, it's rare that I get the chance to, touch some grass and get outside. But when I'm here, I'm at the hill, and there's nothing better than just sat down here. Oh, wonderful. Big screens in front of you, the vibes, the atmosphere, sun shining if you're lucky, touching some grass, watching some tennis.
When I'm here, I'm at the hill.
I want to talk about the robot's grass mower because I had never seen one of those before.
I didn't know those existed.
My best part is if you're at the hill, you can actually watch it go over the hill, over the edge, and that little thing just keeps on going. I filmed it for a long time. I actually got moaned at. Production was like, you need to get into studio. That thing amazed me.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who do stuff here as well. It's not all robots. It's just like a robot tennis village. There are human beings as well. So shout out to all of the groundskeepers that keep this place looking absolutely immaculate so this man can go chill on the hill. Because that's what you're about, innit, Lev?
I'm sure someone was very upset I sat on the grass, to be honest. I've messed it all up. But big ups to them because it is magnificent out there. And when the people are there during Wimbledon, the atmosphere is just so amazing.
I don't know if you can see it just over there in the distance, but we've got two empty chairs waiting in the wings, and that is for our two grand finalists. We are reaching the culmination of this epic historic event, and we've got another best of 5 sets coming your way. Should we take a look at where we are? Let's take a look at maybe the bracket. Let's look at the schedule. Look, all of the blue is done. Finished. Finito. What's left, Sam?
The grand final. This is it. The two best players have made their way here. They worked through their open qualifiers. They ended up at the top of their respective regions, made their way to Wimbledon, moved through the quarters, moved through the semis, and now they face off the Italian versus the Scotsman. That is what we are going to be looking at very soon.
Well, me and Levin were saying earlier about Andy Murray. When he loses, he's Scottish. When he wins, he's British. The same applies to Dab here as well.
I mean, Andy Murray knows a lot about that. To be fair.
Absolutely.
Look, we're very proud of how he's performed because, I mean, you look at the run he had to take to get here, most people didn't expect him to make it past that first round. So to be in the final, he's beating the two of the best players here. I think Pio knows he's in for a shock of a grand finals.
Yeah, this is going to be epic. Get your predictions in and do not move a muscle because when we come back, it is grand finals time. We will crown our champion when it's all said and done. you ready for some esports history? I sure am. Welcome to the historic, iconic, legendary venue that is Wimbledon for the Wimbledon eChamps, the very first ever esports tournament at this amazing place. My name's Ian Chambers alongside Sam and Levin. I asked the viewer, Levin, are you ready to make some history?
Why are you asking me that, Ian?
You know, I've got to ask you that.
You know, I am ready. I'm very ready.
You ready?
Because, you know, the day we've had so far, we've seen 6 incredible top spin matches. And honestly, I think we have had the 2 best players make it through. The 2 players who have shone all throughout the day are in the finals, and that's always what you want to see.
What a story, though, as well, right? So we have the young Scotsman who only found out about this tournament because his older brother told him. His older brother and he qualified. So they were the top qualifiers for the UK. Got to come to Wimbledon together to compete. And then his older brother goes up against the Italian, Pio, who knocks him out of the competition. And now Dob, in the finals, he had the toughest run, without a doubt, throughout that bracket. He went against the 2 French players who were the favorites throughout this. He had to beat both of them to get here. And now he has an opportunity to avenge his older brother. I kind of love that story.
It's a good story.
The script is nuts, I can't lie.
You have to guess that White Worm, his older brother, is secretly sitting there going, hold on, I didn't win, but the prize is an all-expenses-paid trip to Wimbledon finals. And you get to take someone with, and I didn't win, but he is my brother. So now there is a chance that White Worm technically gets the prize. I mean, if his brother wins, he kind of gets the prize, which is a nice feeling as well.
He better get the prize. If I was his brother, I'm thinking, if he doesn't invite me after I introduced him to this competition, oh man, that is going to be a big problem if I'm.
So if Dob wins, that might be a conversation we'll have to have with him.
We will be having that conversation on this show. 100%.
Look at that. Look at that. You know what? I'm not allowed to do this, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. No one's going to stop me.
Ian, don't touch it. Don't put a finger on it.
Don't make me do it. I'll do it.
Don't touch it.
No, I'm not going to touch it. That's not for me to touch, but I want to touch it. That's the point. I want to touch it. Look at it. It's everything you could possibly want as a gamer, right? 24-karat gold, plated PlayStation 5, and the winner gets their hands on it. They're mucky, grubby mitts all over it.
I think that you mentioned, could it be everything that a gamer could want? There's one thing missing, because I think it's everything if my name is engraved on it.
Come on, and who's going to... The Wimbledon etcher.
The Wimbledon etcher. The Wimbledon engraver.
The Wimbledon etcher, we call them, are going to the same people that engrave the names of the Wimbledon Championship heroes, the legends that win here on centre court, will be engraving the name of our winner into that PlayStation 5. And just to recap, like I keep saying, if you've just joined us, where are we? Let's just set the scene. We're at Wimbledon. How mad's that? We are literally at Wimbledon right now for an esports tournament. Look at it in all of its glory. We're not far at all from centre court.
The players play on centre court in Topspin 2K25 as we sit here next to centre court in the media centre. The brand new media centre as well. The first of its kind event being held here as well. Very special moment, not just for the players, but everyone involved. Honestly, it's, you know, a sign of the times, a sign of a step in the right direction to keep connecting, you know, the online world with this beautiful game. So, I mean, when you talk to the players, you obviously quickly understand that they are not just great gamers, they're people who love gaming, but people who love tennis as well. And seeing them being able to marry those loves here at this beautiful historic ground has been special all throughout the day.
And this is all presented by American Express, and Amex are very passionate about their tennis. Big supporters of Wimbledon every single year, and they are a big reason that this event is happening as well. So shout out to Amex for making this whole event possible. What do you think, guys, if you're looking back at all of the matchups that we've seen, all the quarters and the semis, which was your favourite?
For me, it was the first one. And I know that sounds a little bit like an easy one out, but the reason I say that is because it's that moment where we speak so much about this. We all came here, and you get this opportunity to see these players for the first time on the stage. And not only that, that was the run of Dob, one of our grand finalists. He was that first matchup. I was the one who stood here and said, I think that the Frenchman is the favorite, because those 2 French players were. And we got to see Dob. He had to come. He was losing in the beginning. He had to do the comeback. He did that, and we got to see that run start. So for me, it kind of summarized the whole day of, hey, the level of gameplay we're going to see is not at all what you're expecting. It's going to be at the top, and we now get to enjoy the rest of the day.
I think I'm with you, Sam. I'm with you in that matchup was special. I'd have it second just for me because I think going into that semi-final with Darb and Julia, it was even more of the same of what you're saying, right? Where you go into a matchup expecting a player to be dominated by the tournament favorite, right? And Darb just put on an absolute show, and all throughout that match you're going, one of these guys is going to win the whole thing probably. And if he can keep that level up here, it's going to be a tough matchup for Pio.
Yeah, I think it's a real testament to this tournament and the quality of the standard of players that we've got involved here, that we've seen some real contenders drop out. But there can only be 2 players that make it into the grand final, of course, and there can only be 1 winner. And I'm actually really pleased with the 2 players that are stepping up to the plate here live at Wimbledon. If we look back on some of these highlights, we've just seen some incredible play, and we keep talking about it at the very beginning, Levin, about, you know, the upper echelon that you can reach when it comes to skill set here. It does feel like there isn't a limit to it. And I've really felt that as we've gone along. It feels like the standard of play just keeps getting better.
I mean, that's what you expect from these opponents. I mean, you're constantly learning throughout the tournament, right? Constantly picking up things in matchups, figuring out what works and what doesn't work for you. Of course, a lot of these guys are familiar with each other and would have competed against each other in some capacity as well in the past, but doing it on the stage, Sam, it's always a different story, right? It's always a different meta even when you're doing it here in front of people face to face, so close to each other's faces as well.
Let's just compare it to Wimbledon itself. There is a very big difference between your match being on court 1 and center court.
For sure.
And there is a massive mental feeling, I'm sure, if you're a tennis player. I know just for us, we got to go to court 1 and that was amazing, but then center court is just a whole different vibe, right?
Yeah.
Very, very similar for a lot of these players. They've been playing at home. It's nice to win at home. It's cool in your bedroom. But it's a very different thing when you're in this area on a stage, and the fact that you're playing on Wimbledon's center court in game, knowing that it's just outside. There's going to be so much going through these players' heads, knowing all of that, having to live through that whole experience as well.
It's the closest you can get to playing center court without playing center court. Am I right?
You're not wrong.
No,
that is
true.
exactly. I mean, I think that there was a player somewhere here that said that one of their pre-interview questions was, well, I love playing tennis and I'm a big fan of tennis, and this just looked like a really cool way for me to experience that. And that's how a lot of people get into this game.
Look at it in all of its glory, and we're lucky enough to be here for its very first ever esports tournament. I can see both of our players currently getting ready to step into what is going to be probably the most important best of 5 series of tennis of their lives. I'm not even going to say probably.
It is.
It definitely is. And you can see, not only do we make them sit next to each other, we also make them look at that golden PS5, knowing only one of them can get their hands on it. It is time for our grand final. Let's do this.
Prepared by playing my brother most days after work, just relentlessly, just game after game, game by game, see how it comes. Don't have too many expectations, really.
My dream was being here because I watch Wimbledon, seen their matches, and it was so good. So being here is amazing. For this event, of course, is me winning because I wanna win this event so bad. So I want to win.
Who's going to be dejected? Who's going to be elated? Good thing is we've got runner-up prizes, of course we do, but it's not the point, is it, Sam? You don't want the runners-up prizes.
The run-out prize will be sweet in a couple of days, right?
Yeah,
That's the thing. In a couple of days, you'll be like, this was a sick time and I got this cool stuff. But right now, you don't care about that. You want the PlayStation. And it's more than that. The stuff is cool, and I do think the experience and everything that you get to win. But it is also the natural tennis player in you, the natural competitor that goes, I just want to be the best.
Yeah, and it's been the first. That is a big part of it for me. It's about, this is the inaugural event that is the Wimbledon eChamps, and you get to be the first ever winner.
That's always the most important thing, right? Being that first person to do it, being that first person to pick up that golden controller as a prize. It's something that no one else will ever be able to claim, right?
Yes.
Many people may go on to win the eChamps in the future, but nobody won that first one but yourself. And also, when you've made it this far, You know, it's all good and well if you're someone who went out in the quarterfinals, you go, yeah, unfortunate, whatever, right? Maybe I didn't get the first place. But when you make it to the final, you're in touching distance. The trophy, the PlayStation, it's right literally in touching distance. They can reach out and grab it. You want to get it done in the final.
We're really setting the table here. Let's take a look at Dab in more detail. The man we talked about at the very beginning, the Scotsman, whose brother is watching on front row. His favourite player, of course, it has to be. It's Andy Murray. And he kicked things off in our quarterfinal in electric fashion. And he's only gone on from there to prove himself again and again.
This is a big one for Dab. Like we've said, he's knocked out 2 of the favorites to Getcha. He had probably, I would say, the toughest run. If you ask other players, I think they'd agree as well. And now this is his opportunity, grand final time, to prove that that wasn't just a fluke, because you've beaten 2 of the best. You've got to now finish this off by being the victorious one.
I think when you look at Dab as a player in the game, what you're going to have to look out for is those vintage Dab control shots deep in the corners. He finds these angles just like that one there where, you know, if you're the opponent on the other side, there's truly nothing you can do about it.
How do you deal with it? I don't think there's a way to deal with it.
I mean, it leaves you so vulnerable, right? If you overcommit, you know, and you say, okay, cool, I'm going to play in the back court, I'm going to, you know, wait on that side for him to go and hit that shot. Guess what he's going to do? He's going to hit you with a power shot straight down the line, and you're going to be left wondering, where do I stand? How can I position myself to deal with these guys, with this guy's attacks? Honestly, there isn't much you can do other than, you know, start hoping he stops hitting perfect shots, because that's all he was doing, perfect after perfect after perfect against By Julio, and that's always going to be the recipe for success in these games.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say to you just now, Lev, when you said, how can you stop him doing that shot? It's like prevention is the greatest cure, but he's always got something else in the arsenal if you manage to prevent that. Let's take a look at his opponent, shall we? This Italian, who has just got a special place in all of our hearts for sure, Pio. He is the #1 from his region, and he is, you know, like I keep saying, he's a favourite of mine if he wasn't up against a great British player. But you can understand why he's got a lot of support.
For sure, and he's such a character, right, as well. There's so much personality. He's so excited to be here. He's such a big fan of tennis as well. He mentioned that in his interviews. You can see how emotional he was in his winner interview after he won that semi-finals. His voice was a little bit shaky, and I think that was just all the nerves leading up to it. I also love that his favorite player, of course, Yannick Sinner, that's kind of a nice tie-in there, both of them choosing their countrymen. I love that idea of we've got that country rivalry as well, which always comes up in tennis.
Who's the favorite?
I mean, with how people have played so far in this competition, you would have looked at Dab as a favorite, right? He's beaten 2 of the best French players in the world, 2 players who many people would have expected to have beaten him. On that type of form, you've got to say he's the favorite going into this.
Right. This is, no, go on, Sam.
I was just going to say, I don't think we've seen enough of Pio, though. This is my thing. So we've seen Dab against the favourites, really strong opposition. Don't get me wrong, not to downplay the players that Pio was playing, but he had quite a quick run. They didn't get a lot on the board, so I didn't really get to see how he handles pressure against a strong opponent. So I think he might be a bit of a dark horse, to be honest. We don't actually know how he copes when someone on the other side is really handing it to him.
I think the question that is looming now is, how do you deal with the magnitude of the situation? There's one thing being strong in-game. There's one thing putting all the practice in. There's one thing getting through quarterfinals and semifinals. But we see it in all esports. You guys have been to many events, and you see people crumble under the pressure. There's one thing saying, yes, Dab can handle this. But grand final feels different every single time. Levin, how do you keep yourself composed and not get caught up in the occasion?
I think the players are doing a great job of that. From speaking to them just before they got up on the stage, neither of them feeling nervous at all, at least telling me they're not feeling nervous, which that might be some showmanship in itself. But I think you just have to stay locked into the game. You have to understand that you can only control what you can control. And once you sort of get into that frame of mind, you know, what more is there to do than go on the stage and deliver?
One thing we haven't seen much of, and it is because we have only got lovely, brilliant players, both in-game and outside, is trash talk. That is the only thing I wish we'd have seen, but it is time. Are we ready to do this? Grand final?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Let's hit centre court, shall we?
It's a beautiful day, and the crowd is ready to.
The moment
we're skipping through that cinematic.
No time. They didn't even want to wait for the funny, goosebumpy feelings. Straight into game.
a strong start from Pio, picking up the first points of this grand final.
15 all.
Nice response from Job there.
I'm so hyped for this. Come on now.
15-30.
This is what it's about. Grand final, Wimbledon, eChamps. And we are not seeing any rallies yet. These guys are just putting each other to bed quick.
Straight fire. And we're going to see even more of that.
Okay, tell a lie. Rally time.
Oh, what a rally we saw as well. Oh.
Agassi leads 1 game to love.
Pio picks up the first game and dealing with Brad's signature control shots very well already.
And to do that so early on is a real statement made.
And there you go. Down the line to get the winner.
See that very soft serve there, the second serve, put him on the back foot.
Nice little slide shot just to set up that winner. Good variation from Brad early on. And that's what you like to see him hit. The power shots down the line, bread and butter in the semi-final for Brad.
Hey, I'd question that one.
Someone's got to check the umpire there.
15 all.
These ball boys move quick. Oh!
Oh, brilliantly done.
Wow!
That is what you love to see from Brad. Great movement.
His brother's loving it.
What an angle.
This is phenomenal. These guys, it's head to head, toe to toe, equal quality. Got to be.
Brilliant. Brilliantly done. Pio almost there, but excellent from Brad.
Oh, big up Scotland. That's got to be it.
Game. Agassi leads 2 games to 1.
They're so evenly matched, though, and we're really getting a fantastic showcase of the level of topspin that they're bringing to the table.
What a return. Oh, Pio is just so good at those shots down the line off that side.
Let's talk about that.
What a return. That is what he does. That is what he does. You can't stop it.
All right. Have one yourself, Pio said, didn't he?
Pio's got some for him as well.
Oh.
And you always have to start retreating. If you can return that Pio drop shot, he's always going to send it in the backcourt. Beautiful. Beautiful return.
That's naughty.
Oh, excellent there. And we are off to deuce.
Advantage, Agassi.
Advantage to Pio now.
It would be big for him, wouldn't it? He's got it.
Oh, and that's the one. 2 all on games.
2 games all.
What more could you ask for to kick us off?
Oh, Brad will feel like he should have got to that one.
That was close.
And we'll go for it again. Retreat.
Oh, he's done it perfectly.
I said it there. Every time Pio hits that drop shot, if you can return it, you have to retreat. He's going to send you all the way to the back court.
Phenomenal.
Oh, what an angle.
15, 30.
How does he find these angles? It's just elite.
Oh, this is the best tennis we have seen all day long. Break point here for Pio. And he gets it. That is fantastic tennis from Pio. 3-2.
Love 15.
And a quick start from Brad. Oh, love that.
Love 30.
Brad's not shaken at all by that.
He knows what it means to come down from behind.
Yep.
Whew. 15, 30.
Well done.
Oh, that's a brave return. Risky business, but it pays off for Brad. Oh, drop shot. Great return. That's another way to counter it. You got to get Pio moving on the drop spots. Drop shots.
And drop spots.
And drop spots.
Oh my word!
What a
Get out of here!
That is brilliant.
Nah, let's just end it there.
More to be played, my friend. More to be played.
3-3
We're going to a tiebreaker. 1st to 7.
in the first set.
Unbelievable. Oh, wow. That is brilliant.
Agassi.
Call him Mr. Perfect. It's too easy for Brad.
I want more of those brave shots from him, I think, if he wants to clinch this one. That's what he's going to have to do.
Oh, excellently done from Pio.
Agassi.
And an ace.
3 all.
Pio, just you can't close him out, man.
You cannot shut any of these guys down right now. Both of them want it so badly.
You
But a
can't blame
double
them.
fault.
Double fault the first time. He's disgusted in himself.
Mr. Perfect strikes again.
5-3. Agassi.
I like that name.
Mr. Perfect. Oh.
6-3.
His timing is absolutely fantastic. It is perfect.
It's insane.
Six, four. Agassi.
Oh. Oh, how's he managed to get that? Oh, Pio continues to apply the pressure and we're on set point. Oh, Pio fights back, and it is win by 2. Oh, brilliant, that. Absolutely brilliant. Pio now can win the set here. But Brad won't let him. Neither of these players will go down here.
This game is poetry. The scoring of it is just perfection.
Set point now for Brad. A chance to create some separation. Oh, Pio relentless, and once again, they even the score.
Cancel your plans tonight.
Oh, and an ace, and an ace.
Oh.
We know Pio struggles with the serves at times.
Not this time, but Brad.
Oh! And finally, a set will be won, and it will be won by Brad.
And not a second to breathe either. We are just right back into the thick of things.
15-all.
What a first set. I'm sorry.
That was mental. Oh, he's been done there.
A gift.
A gift for Pio indeed. But I won't stop Brad. Mr. Perfect strikes again. Ooh, drop spot.
Oh.
Phenomenal.
You can't. You can't stop hitting them drop shots.
He can't. Every drop shot has a different drop spot, and he's milking it. Look at that.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
Oh, hello.
There you go.
Oh.
You know what he's going to do every time. You know what he's going to do every single time.
I do like when Brad, when he gets one of those points against him, he always pulls a little cheeky grin every time Pio scores. I do enjoy that.
I mean, there he was grinning after losing the point. He is a grinning man. But you won't be grinning after that one.
He's not at all, is he? Pio is, if anything, seems aggressive after that first set. He's that frustrated.
Brad will put the pressure right back on him. Deuce for going into another merry-go-rounder. Neither of these players wanting to give up a game.
Yeah, cancel your plans tonight.
We're going to be here for a while. Oh.
Advantage, Agassi.
Oh.
Game.
Tough one to reach.
Leads 1 game to love. Second set.
Great serve.
15 love.
Again.
30 love.
When Brad has the serve, so hard to deal with. Oh, Pio. Excellently placed shot there.
Oh.
How's he returned that?
And that. And that. Not that, though.
40-15.
Second serve.
Oh.
Got caught off guard there.
Cheeky little ace there, yeah. Pio caught sleeping.
It was a gimme.
Oh,
Brilliant.
what a shot. Oh, and the return. Brilliant tennis from both players right now. The level is just too advanced.
15 all.
It is too advanced.
Evenly matched, which is what you want in a grand final for us as fans.
Absolutely.
Stop that. Pio picked that out. That's a fantastic, right at the back of the court shot.
Game. Agassi. Agassi leads 2 games to 1.
Love that shot. And he's never messing that one up. You know how much Brad loves those power shots down the line. Ooh. And again.
That shot.
And again.
Brilliant, Brad. Brilliant from Brad. Just rinse and repeat until he could get his victim in position.
Drop shot. Good return. But you know exactly where Pio wants to go when he gets that back. Ooh. Again, we're seeing the same types of points be won here for Pio. And the same types of points being won for Brad. Both of these players playing their games well.
Oh, what a shot from Pio, reachable. Deuce.
Oh, that's cheeky.
Not cheeky enough.
Advantage.
A little bit of frustration there from Pio.
Absolutely. Start wondering how he's returning some of these shots.
Night, night.
Game. Agassi. 2 games all.
2 games all.
We're getting the same story as that first set, and it's a story I'll happily read again.
Oh. Oh, brilliant from Brad. Read him like a book.
Love 30.
Oh, perfectly placed.
15-30.
Oh.
Perfectly placed.
15-40.
A chance now for Brad to get ahead. What a shot.
Game. Agassi.
The way these players turn point-winning shots into their own point-winning shots is baffling.
15.
Truly is. Oh.
Oh, he had me there as well. He had us all with that one.
Sent us all the wrong way.
Yeah, I was running for the hills.
Oh, what a return from Pio. Oh, that.
How did he get that back?
And that. Back in the game.
Oh.
If he does
Oh, are you kidding me?
Pio, that's got to lift your spirits higher than the moon.
serious business.
40-30.
A chance now for Brad to take 2 sets. Pressure's on. Pressure's on, but Pio will deliver, sending it to deuce.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Pio.
Break point.
Outrageous.
Oh!
No, he's done him. He hasn't.
Oh, he can't get back in time.
That was so beautiful, though, the way Pio played there.
Wow.
It really
Another
was.
tiebreaker.
Are you serious?
Unbelievable.
Who wrote this?
Who wrote this script? It is phenomenal.
Adaptability is the name of the game, and Pio's got it.
What a shot. What a shot from Pio back.
Whistled past Brad's face, didn't it?
These control shots have been so on point from both players. And again.
2-1. Agassi.
That's why you want Agassi.
Pio knows he can't lose this set.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh!
4-1. Agassi.
This is brilliant. I mean...
All right, Brad, welcome back.
4-2. Agassi.
Brad taking advantage there, but maybe not enough.
You know what he wants to do here.
There it is.
Oh, great response. You can see the adjustment from Brad, trying to play for volleys whenever he plays those drop shots. And it's working a treat. Completely wrong-sided him. Oh, vicious shot.
5-4. Agassi.
Brad has struggled to get to those today.
Welcome to 5-all again in a tiebreaker.
Send him down the line.
6-5.
Lovely.
Agassi.
Set point here for Brad, and he'll do it. 2 sets to love.
My word.
And I mean, he's 2 sets up, but 2 of the closest sets you'll ever see.
Do not get it twisted. This is not a 2-set love.
I was going to say the score is so misleading as to how this particular game has gone.
But Brad is clutch. What more can you say? He's a clutch machine.
Pio aims to be a bit more clutch now, as he is on the comeback. Disappointed that he didn't get to that. Understandably. Oof. Oh my goodness, Pio is just so good in those scenarios. Looking to pick up the game now. Break point.
This is where Brad likes to take control, though.
13-14.
Oh my goodness, the tennis being played here is just... Do we have 2 PS5s? Can we give them to both of them and just wrap it up? I mean...
Can we get 4 tickets, or they should just both go together?
They should just go to Wimbledon together next year, honestly. Don't think Brad's brother will be happy about that.
Absolutely not.
But he will be happy about that. Great shot from Brad. Oh.
15 all.
Oh!
Brilliantly done from Brad. Ooh. Nice little slice return.
Oh.
Pio's got his number at the minute.
He has.
Oh, and a good gets him over the line as well. That's all he needed.
Just about.
Brilliant.
Brad looking to use more power shots now, just to give him the edge and get some more winners. And it's working a treat.
Ooh.
We'll get a replay on that one, eh?
I mean, that would be very Wimbledon-esque, wouldn't it? I look forward to those replays so much.
Oof.
Love 30. Love 40.
His brother anxiously waiting on, watching on. Oh my word.
Game. Agassi leads 2 games to 1. Love.
Oh! What a serve.
30 love.
Pio in his element now. Chance for him to get a set on the board.
30 15.
That's great. That is great. Wanted to see a power shot there from Brad. And he's punished for it. Pio
40 15.
on set point now. Oh, that is fantastic. We wanted to know if he could come back against a good opponent. The journey begins now. 1 set on the board now for Pio.
You saw the big sigh from him there, though, because he needed to get that on the board. That was the thing. He was starting to feel the unsurmounting pressure that Brad was putting on him.
He deserves it as well.
He does. He's played some great tennis. Both of these players have played some great tennis. When we joke about giving both of them a PS5, you know, it's because both of them have played at that level to be the E-champion here at Wimbledon.
They're playing out of their skin.
Absolutely.
Both of them. Just hitting nothing but greens. These two together are the perfect storm.
It's kind of the grand final you wanted, right? The best 2 players are here, and it's clear by how close it is and how they are consistently just pushing each other that this was the best of the best here at Wimbledon eChamps.
Start to wonder now, going into the rest of the matchup, how that plays a part mentally for either player. For Brad, you were moving, picked up 2 sets, although were close sets for sure. After seeing your opponent pick up 1, do you let that get to you mentally and slow down your momentum a bit, or you just keep firing, let it drive you forward? And for Pio, seeing that score, he'll feel so hard done by, right? He'll feel like, I was there, I could have had 2 sets myself. But he just has to keep going on this current momentum he has.
I've not seen Brad look at Pio once. They can hear us. You're doing great, guys. We're loving watching every single step of this.
I think what was important is...
Yeah.
There you go.
You mentioned there that he hasn't looked at Pio. He still refused to look at him.
It's mind games. I'm here for the mind games. That's what it's all about. This is top-tier tennis, albeit eChampionships here at Wimbledon, this illustrious, iconic venue, and we're loving every second of it, aren't we?
It's been fantastic. I mean, it's the best final you're going to get to see for a while at Wimbledon, I'll say that. I mean, both players just playing phenomenally, and it's so close. That's everything you want in a final matchup.
Maybe we just get rid of the traditional Wimbledon championships and just have this every year.
I
think that is a terrible idea. I mean, I'm all for gaming, but are you insane?
Okay, just to clarify, guys, I'm joking. We we love real tennis, of course. This is a tough one to call, though, isn't it? As we get into the next set, will Pio keep the train rolling, or will we see Brad squash him out?
I don't even know. I do think that Brad is going to have to change it up because we've spoken a lot about how these players changing up their styles, and I feel like Pio's taken a little bit of time, but he's starting to read the game a lot better, and that worries me for Brad. So if Brad continues the way he is, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Pio may be able to completely shift it over.
All right, just in case you want to know more about these players, we've been running little pieces on them all day long. Here's Brad's little peek behind the scenes of what makes this player who he is.
I prepared pretty much by playing my brother 24/7. He just, every time after work we got in, he would just message me, just get in, have dinner, play tops with him. I think it's important that brands get involved in the Topspin 2K25 just to get more exposure for tennis as a whole, the esports events, and just get everyone involved as much as they can. Game by game, see how it comes, don't have too many expectations really.
Lovely lad who wouldn't even have been here if it wasn't for his brother giving him the heads up. Love that story.
What a story.
Yeah, he is a good lad. All of them are. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You know, when we saw, who was it? Chris, when he came up here and he was so dejected. That loser interview after this is all set. I feel like I have to whisper because they're over there.
They're all listening.
They're all listening. That loser interview is going to be tough, Sam. I'll let you do that.
I don't think we'll chat to the loser. I feel like the worst thing we could do, so maybe we celebrate with the winners, and then maybe privately we go and
that's a good idea. We'll do that in
that's the soft and squishy part of me being a little bit
I didn't know you had a
concerned.
soft and squishy
Neither did I until I said that.
We just found it.
Well, you guys can go, you know, hug the loser or whatever. I'm there partying with the winner, securing my ticket.
Still
for
trying
next
to
year.
get the ticket.
I'm getting that ticket for next year. I don't care if you got a brother or a sister or whatever. I want that ticket, and I will fight for it with everything I have.
I don't know if they've got extra legroom seats at Wimbledon 11.
They don't, but we'll make room. We'll make room.
Absolutely. All right, let's have a look at his opponent, Pio, once again.
This is my first top 10 game and tennis game. For this competition, I practice a lot with all the guys that play the top 10. Yeah, I practice a lot with good guys. My dream was being here because I watch Wimbledon Sinner matches and it was so good. So being here is amazing. Much important to be sponsored like from American Express because you give a chance to the players to be competitive on all games. So it's a great opportunity. My expectation for this event, of course, is me winning because I wanna win this event so bad. So I want to win.
Talk about competitiveness. The competitive elements of a game like this in a grand final all have to be bang on. And we're just working behind the scenes now to make sure that systematically everything is in check so we can resume this epic grand final. When we come back, we'll kick it all back off. See you then. Grand final energy is in the air. We are live at Wimbledon for the Wimbledon eChamps, the inaugural event here at this legendary venue as we look to crown our champion. My name's Ian, alongside Sam and Levin, as we get set to get back into action. As you can see behind us, we've got our stage with our two grand finalists itching to get back onto centre court, albeit virtually. We've still got a couple of hurdles technically that we need to leap over before we get back in there. While we do that, let's just talk one more time about Wimbledon. I think what makes Wimbledon for me so special, guys, is the fact that it's one of those unique venues that no matter where you're from in the world, you know about it. And you know about what's happened here.
Right.
And a lot's happened here. We were talking about being on centre court when it's empty. We know that legends have been made, you know, icons have been immortalised right there beyond on that green court. It's just a spectacle, isn't it?
I think that there's more to the beauty of this place than just the centre court and the tennis tournament itself. It's the history that lives here. So one of the things that we found out while we were touring was that there are archives here at Wimbledon and just years and years of history and facts and things that anyone can actually come in and ask to get access to if they're a historian. And I think that's a great way that like they're keeping the history of tennis alive here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I think that's one place. Apparently, if you've got the right historian with you, you can book yourself into those archives and dig deep and see, you know, some of the scorecards from way back when, 100 years ago, 11. I mean, talk about history.
I mean, I'm sure you could spend so many hours down there really sort of getting yourself to grips with the great history that this place is filled with. So honestly, I hope the players get more of that experience, you know, throughout as well as they've been here. But look, we're talking about history, Ian.
Should we make some more?
Let's make some more.
Give me a drum roll.
Now,
I think we're ready. Let's get back in the game. Right, just to be clear, this might look a little bit different as we get into this game. That is because we're playing best of ones. Technically, we just need to do this to make sure that we can get right back onto the court. So the way this works is if Brad wins this next best of one, he is the champion. If Pio wins it, we go to another one. Let's get onto the court.
Play.
And we go again. New match, but the same players. And the same momentum already here from Brad. Great way to start things off again. Currently leads the series 2-1 on sets. If he can pick this one up, he will be your Wimbledon eChampion. If he doesn't do that, though, and Pio is able to pick this one up, then we will go to another game.
We go again, mate. We go again. And everything in the air to me suggests that we're going to go again.
Brad will do his best to stop that from happening. Great serve, but an even better return.
Ooh. Beautiful!
Oh!
Don't you dare!
Oh!
Don't you dare! Yes, he dares! Fantastic.
Are you kidding me?
This is real life, baby.
First set.
The cardio on these guys.
I think this is a winner.
Yeah, gotta be.
Power shot down the line. How many times has he done that? Oh, surprised Pio didn't get to that one there. Struggling to get a point on the board right now, Pio. Needs to find some form and find it fast.
He'll get it.
Oh, completely wrong-sided him. Brad is just all up in his head right now. Mr. Perfect gets punished for a good shot. You can't not hit perfect shots in this final.
Especially if you are Mr. Perfect.
Especially if you're Mr. Perfect.
I'm Mr. Too Late.
I'm Mr. Too Soon. And that is 2 games on the board for Brad. If he can pick up this final game, he will be our champion.
This is huge.
This is such an incredible moment for him, and at the same time a moment for Pio where he knows that everything is on the line.
Brad.
Wow. Great control shots from both. But it's Brad on top.
Championship point. Not yet. Not yet, everybody.
Hold your horses.
I'm just saying it's coming, guys. I'm just saying it's coming.
He's got 3 chances now.
This is it, championship
for the
point.
championship. But Pio won't let it happen now.
What a time to bite back.
2 more shots. Oh, what a shot!
Oh.
What a finish! What a winner! And a valiant winner he is. Brad, our Wimbledon E-champion. And what a way to do it.
Couldn't have gone to anybody else. What a performance he's had all day long. The stamina, the courageousness, the determination it takes to become an inaugural champion here at Wimbledon. Phenomenal stuff. Come and join me here, Brad. Unbelievable. I mean, this is a simple question. You got your brother right there. You've got all of your competitors. What does this mean?
No, I never imagined I would win, ever. Never even a game. Just, it's crazy. I don't know, I was lost for words.
How have you done this with such a lack of self-belief? I'm blown away by it.
It's just how I am as a person.
Well, listen, you have done something that no one has ever done before. This is our very first ever Wimbledon E-Championships, and you are our E-champion. You have your name in the history books going forward as well. Has it sunk in?
No, it doesn't feel real. Like, I was just saying to Gareth earlier that we're like at an esports event, like you watch it on the YouTube and the TV, it just doesn't feel real. It's crazy.
You've got to take your hat off to this incredible opponent from Italy. Pio, what a player he was. You guys were having some intense rallies that took some real courage to get winning points.
Yeah, the 2 tie breaks could have went either way. I don't know how. I never lost one of them. I should have probably lost one of them, but I managed to save a set point, I think, in the second one, and then went on to win it. But I think the game crashing kind of maybe took away mentally how into the game he was, me as well, but it's unfortunate. It's annoying.
All right, let's take a look at your match winning point, because I imagine that when you get home, this will go all over your social media. You'll be watching it back as many times as you possibly can. I'm looking to see where it's going to be. We will find a match winning point, and when I want you to talk us through this exact moment here.
Serve down the line, hopefully he doesn't get the best return, and then as soon as I hit that shot I knew I'd won at that point, just because of how out of position he was. I knew if I... I was just the whole day coming out in that.
It's a long old day, isn't it? Because you had to get through every single matchup here, not just, playing the game, but doing it in such an environment must take its toll.
It was so long. After I lost the first set 3-0, I was like, well, this is going to be a short day for me. But yeah, it was a long one in the end, so it was good.
Just briefly, before we start talking about prizing and all that, you said you wanted to get revenge for your brother. Your brother's right there. The guy you... Oh, your brother's over here. I keep playing... Your brother's over here. And you did it. What do you want to say to your bro?
Haha. Unlucky.
Are you glad that he asked you to come out here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was the least I could do for him letting me know about the event, so you're welcome.
You guys have got to have another matchup when you get home, just to see who is the real champion here. Absolutely. Right, it is time now. The moment I imagine you've been waiting a long time for. Can we bring the PS5 over? Look at it in all its glory. The 20. Can we get a round of applause for this moment, please, ladies and gents? 24 karat gold.
Before we hand this over, I have to clear something up, Dob. Who are you taking to Wimbledon now that you get to go?
I mean, I think it's quite an easy answer.
Is it Levin?
It's Levin 2K.
That makes sense.
Of course. It'll be my brother. It'll be my brother.
Amazing. You and your brother will be at the men's singles final in 2025. That is all expenses paid. You'll have your hotel, all your travel and accommodation sorted out for you, and you get to see the best in the world do what they do in real life on centre court. How much are you looking forward to that?
I can't wait. If only Andy Murray was still playing. I mean, that would have just tipped it off. But yeah, can't wait.
All right, should we do the business?
It's a heavy one. It's a heavy one, don't worry. It's yours now, you can clean it up later.
Ooh,
Careful,
he's got it, he's got
Careful.
it. It's heavy, it's gold, guys. And can we get your brother up here as well, just to hold these heavy
The
controllers?
very heavy controllers that I'm struggling with. I think that's your responsibility now.
Oh, what a beautiful moment. I love it. You're gonna let him play with these controllers?
No chance.
Yeah. Put them somewhere safe. Guys, once again, congratulations to Brad, our very first ever Wimbledon e-champion, ladies and gentlemen. Where do we even begin? It all happened so quickly.
I mean, what a final matchup. You honestly couldn't have asked for a better final matchup. I mean, both players gave it their all there, and it was intense, it was close. You couldn't call it at a certain point, but in the end, Brad was able to pull away and show his quality that he's shown all throughout today.
Not just the grand final. I genuinely believe we couldn't have asked for a better inaugural first tournament here, Sam.
I think it was a great example of the level of play that you can expect. And I do hope that for those of you that tuned in, maybe because you'd heard about this from Wimbledon and you weren't aware of what esports was, or that there was this place where you could play competitive tennis online, I hope that you've had your eyes open to a new world, because that for me is really important, the opportunity to bridge these worlds of real tennis with the fans that are playing online and find a way for us to all come together. I hope we've been able to do that today.
For sure, and we did it within such close proximity of centre court itself. Now, the engraving process is something that we've been talking up, Levin, and I've been so excited for this. Now, the official, well, one of the engravers here at Wimbledon who engraves the names of the champions into the trophies on centre court after the championships is going to be engraving, as we can see right now, the PlayStation 5. Look at this.
Wow. I mean, what a moment for Brad and his brother to be witnessing this take place. And I mean, that's when it becomes the real deal, you know? Of course you get the PS5, other people have held that PS5. It is now his PS5.
That's it. And if you didn't think it was special enough with it being all in gold, it now has the winner's name in it as well. Let's take a look at our Amex powerful play of our grand final. There were so many to choose from. It's going to be really tough to figure it out. And I mean, Levin, I can't even decide. I can't even pick one because there were so many powerful plays.
I mean, if you were to describe this game, you would say it was a game of powerful plays. I mean, so many moments where both of these opponents just hit some incredible shots. Shots that you really look at, and if you've played topspin, you go, yeah, there's no way you could ever return that. And time after time, they just kept returning them, and we had some of the most incredible rallies I think you'll probably ever see in Topspin 2K25. So that alone made it a very powerful play-filled final.
It absolutely did. I just want to give a shout out to all of our competitors that came out from all over the world. I know that some of them are still here inside the venue, so congratulations, commiserations for not getting all the way, but congrats for coming out here. You all have done yourselves proud and represented your regions beautifully. I also want to give a huge shout out, of course, to American Express for helping make this whole event possible, and to Wimbledon as well for housing us at this such a unique opportunity for esports.
It's been an incredible few days, right? And I mean, even if you are just an esports fan, for me, I was like a casual tennis fan. I am now obsessed. I've been converted. I'm going home and I'm going to learn how to play real life tennis.
Okay, you're going to figure out real life. I'm going to go master topspin.
Topspin 2K25. That's what I'm going to do, because honestly, watching these players there after our, failure in the show match,
don't talk about it.
I got to hit the server and get back to work.
All right, doubles, yeah? We'll do some doubles?
Doubles, absolutely.
All right, massive thank you, of course, to our team behind the scenes who managed to make this amazing event possible inside such a beautiful venue. And yes, that was the inaugural Wimbledon eChamps. It'd be fun to do it again, wouldn't it?
Hopefully next year. Hopefully we'll be back next year.
Before then, you'll enjoy the actual Wimbledon Championships right here. But for now, from us, thank you so much and congratulations once again to our first ever champion in Brad. Bye for now. Look at this view. One of the most famous and iconic sporting venues in all of the world. And there it is.
I want to honor this invitation by winning it.
I've never really been to London, let alone Wimbledon. It's a really cool experience to be here.
You have one game, and if you lose it, your Wimbledon experience is done.
But in the grands.
And that's the one.
And there it is.
Like the great Ian Chambers said, we're about to witness history take place here. I mean, but when I'm here, I'm at the hill.
The legend's made right here.
I was actually thinking Levin could rock this quite well on stage.
Probably the most important best-of-5 series of tennis of their lives.
Oh, what a return from Pio.